This place needs something, and something has to happen to turn this place around. I see Bitcoin as one way to effect that change.
Bitcoin isn't about banking the unbanked. It's about unbanking us all.
For us to take our own destinies in our own hands.
To show us what Africa needs to do.
Has betrayed your elders. What was once seen as pure, or will be.
I call this home, this is my country. This place needs something, and something has to happen to turn this place around. I see Bitcoin as one way to effect that change.
My favorite quote of all time from Andreas Antonopoulos, which is Bitcoin isn't about banking the unbanked. It's about unbanking us all.
Are you here to become rich, or are you here to become free? Bitcoin represented an opportunity for us to start building ourselves, not to wait for the state to solve our problems, but for us to take our own destinies in our own hands.
It's about time that we show the world what we want Africa to look like, and not wait for the world to show us what Africa needs to look like.
I strongly believe that Africa is where Bitcoin has come to scale. Time has betrayed your elders. What was once seen as pure is now seen as flawed, but I am here now, and all will be revealed. All will be revealed.
I call this home, this is my country. This place needs something, and something has to happen to turn this place around. I see Bitcoin as one way to effect that change.
My favorite quote of all time from Andreas Antonopoulos, which is Bitcoin isn't about banking the unbanked. It's about unbanking us all.
Are you here to become rich, or are you here to become free? Bitcoin represented an opportunity for us to start building ourselves, not to wait for the state to solve our problems, but for us to take our own destinies in our own hands.
It's about time that we show the world what we want Africa to look like, and not wait for the world to show us what Africa needs to look like.
I strongly believe that Africa is where Bitcoin has come to scale. Time has betrayed your elders. What was once seen as pure is now seen as flawed, but I am here now, and all will be revealed. All will be revealed.
I call this home, this is my country. This place needs something, and something has to happen to turn this place around. I see Bitcoin as one way to effect that change.
My favorite quote of all time from Andreas Antonopoulos, which is Bitcoin isn't about banking the unbanked. It's about unbanking us all.
Are you here to become rich, or are you here to become free? Bitcoin represented an opportunity for us to start building ourselves, not to wait for the state to solve our problems, but for us to take our own destinies in our own hands.
It's about time that we show the world what we want Africa to look like, and not wait for the world to show us what Africa needs to look like.
I strongly believe that Africa is where Bitcoin has come to scale. Time has betrayed your elders. What was once seen as pure is now seen as flawed, but I am here now, and all will be revealed. All will be revealed.
I call this home, this is my country. This place needs something, and something has to happen to turn this place around. I see Bitcoin as one way to effect that change.
My favorite quote of all time from Andreas Antonopoulos, which is Bitcoin isn't about banking the unbanked. It's about unbanking us all.
Are you here to become rich, or are you here to become free? Bitcoin represented an opportunity for us to start building ourselves, not to wait for the state to solve our problems, but for us to take our own destinies in our own hands.
Africa needs to look like.
I strongly believe that Africa is where Bitcoin has come to scale. Time has betrayed your elders. What was once seen as pure is now seen as flawed, but I am here now, and all will be revealed. All will be revealed.
I call this home, this is my country. This place needs something, and something has to happen to turn this place around. I see Bitcoin as one way to effect that change.
My favorite quote of all time from Andreas Antonopoulos, which is Bitcoin isn't about banking the unbanked. It's about unbanking us all.
Are you here to become rich, or are you here to become free? Bitcoin represented an opportunity for us to start building ourselves, not to wait for the state to solve our problems, but for us to take our own destinies in our own hands.
It's about time that we show the world what we want Africa to look like, and not wait for the world to show us what Africa needs to look like.
I strongly believe that Africa is where Bitcoin has come to scale. Time has betrayed your elders. What was once seen as pure is now seen as flawed, but I am here now, and all will be revealed. All will be revealed.
I call this home, this is my country. This place needs something, and something has to happen to turn this place around. I see Bitcoin as one way to effect that change.
My favorite quote of all time from Andreas Antonopoulos, which is Bitcoin isn't about banking the unbanked. It's about unbanking us all.
Are you here to become rich, or are you here to become free? Bitcoin represented an opportunity for us to start building ourselves, not to wait for the state to solve our problems, but for us to take our own destinies in our own hands.
It's about time that we show the world what we want Africa to look like and not wait for the world to show us what Africa needs to look like.
I strongly believe that Africa is where Bitcoin has come to scale. Time has betrayed your elders. What was once seen as pure is now seen as flawed, but I am here now, and all will be revealed. All will be revealed.
I call this home, this is my country. This place needs something, and something has to happen to turn this place around. I see Bitcoin as one way to effect that change.
My favorite quote of all time from Andreas Antonopoulos, which is Bitcoin isn't about banking the unbanked. It's about unbanking us all.
Are you here to become rich, or are you here to become free? Bitcoin represented an opportunity for us to start building ourselves, not to wait for the state to solve our problems, but for us to take our own destinies in our own hands.
It's about time that we show the world what we want Africa to look like and not wait for the world to show us what Africa needs to look like.
I strongly believe that Africa is where Bitcoin has come to scale. Time has been, or will be revealed.
Something has to happen to turn this place around. I see Bitcoin as one way to effect that change.
My favorite quote of all time from Andreas Antonopoulos, which is Bitcoin isn't about banking the unbanked. It's about unbanking us all.
Are you here to become rich, or are you here to become free? Bitcoin represented an opportunity for us to start building ourselves, not to wait for the state to solve our problems, but for us to take our own destinies in our own hands.
It's about time that we show the world what we want Africa to look like and not wait for the world to show us what Africa needs to look like.
I strongly believe that Africa is where Bitcoin has come to scale. Time has betrayed your elders. What was once seen as pure is now seen as flawed, but I am here now, and all will be revealed. All will be revealed.
I call this home, this is my country. This place needs something, and something has to happen to turn this place around. I see
From Andreas Antonopoulos, which is Bitcoin isn't about banking the unbanked. It's about unbanking us all.
Are you here to become free? Bitcoin represented an opportunity for us to start building ourselves, not to wait for the state to solve our problems, but for us to take our own destinies in our own hands.
It's about time that we show the world what we want Africa to look like and not wait for the world to show us what Africa needs to look like.
I strongly believe that Africa is where Bitcoin has come to scale. Time has betrayed your elders. What was once seen as pure is now seen as flawed, but I am here now, and all will be revealed. All will be revealed.
I call this home, this is my country. This place needs something, and something has to happen to turn this place around. I see Bitcoin as one way to effect that change.
My favorite quote of all time from Andreas Antonopoulos, which is Bitcoin isn't about banking the unbanked. It's about unbanking us all.
Are you here to become rich, or are you here to become free? Bitcoin represented an opportunity for us to start building ourselves, not to wait for the state to solve our problems, but for us to take our own destinies in our own hands.
It's about time that we show the world what we want Africa to look like, and not wait for the world to show us what Africa needs to look like.
I strongly believe that Africa is where Bitcoin has come to scale. Time has betrayed your elders. What was once seen as pure is now seen as flawed, but I am here now, and all will be revealed. All will be revealed.
I call this home, this is my country. This place needs something, and something has to happen to turn this place around. I see Bitcoin as one way to effect that change.
My favorite quote of all time from Andreas Antonopoulos, which is Bitcoin isn't about banking the unbanked. It's about unbanking us all.
Are you here to become rich, or are you here to become free? Bitcoin represented an opportunity for us to start building ourselves, not to wait for the state to solve our problems, but for us to take our own destinies in our own hands.
It's about time that we show the world what we want Africa to look like, and not wait for the world to show us what Africa needs to look like.
I strongly believe that Africa is where Bitcoin has come to scale. Time has betrayed your elders. What was once seen as pure is now seen as flawed, but I am here now, and all will be revealed. All will be revealed.
I call this home, this is my country. This place needs something, and something has to happen to turn this place around. I see Bitcoin as one way to effect that change.
My favorite quote of all time from Andreas Antonopoulos, which is Bitcoin isn't about banking the unbanked. It's about unbanking us all.
Are you here to become rich, or are you here to become free? Bitcoin represented an opportunity for us to start building ourselves, not to wait for the state to solve our problems, but for us to take our own destinies in our own hands.
It's about time that we show the world what we want Africa to look like, and not wait for the world to show us what Africa needs to look like.
I strongly believe that Africa is where Bitcoin has come to scale. Time has betrayed your elders. What was once seen as pure is now seen as flawed, but I am here now, and all will be revealed. All will be revealed.
I call this home, this is my country. This place needs something, and something has to happen to turn this place around. I see Bitcoin as one way to effect that change.
My favorite quote of all time from Andreas Antonopoulos, which is Bitcoin isn't about banking the unbanked. It's about unbanking us all.
Are you here to become rich, or are you here to become free? Bitcoin represented an opportunity for us to start building ourselves, not to wait for the state to solve our problems, but for us to take our own destinies in our own hands.
It's about time that we show the world what we want Africa to look like, and not wait for the world to show us what Africa needs to look like.
I strongly believe that Africa is where Bitcoin has come to scale. Time has betrayed your elders. What was once seen as pure is now seen as flawed, but I am here now, and all will be revealed. All will be revealed.
I call this home, this is my need something, and something has to happen to turn this place around. I see Bitcoin as one way to effect that change.
My favorite quote of all time from Andreas Antonopoulos, which is Bitcoin isn't about banking the unbanked. It's about unbanking us all.
Are you here to become rich, or are you here to become free? Bitcoin represented an opportunity for us to start building ourselves, not to wait for the state to solve our problems, but for us to take our own destinies in our own hands.
It's about time that we show the world what we want Africa to look like, and not wait for the world to show us what Africa needs to look like.
I strongly believe that Africa is where Bitcoin has come to scale. Time has betrayed your elders. What was once seen as pure is now seen as flawed, but I am here now, and all will be revealed. All will be revealed.
I call this home, this is my country. This place needs something, and something has to happen to turn this place around. I see Bitcoin as one way to effect that change.
My favorite quote of all time from Andreas Antonopoulos, which is Bitcoin isn't about banking the unbanked. It's about unbanking us all.
Are you here to become rich, or are you here to become free? Bitcoin represented an opportunity for us to start building ourselves, not to wait for the state to solve our problems, but for us to take our own destinies in our own hands.
It's about time that we show the world what we want Africa to look like, and not wait for the world to show us what Africa needs to look like.
I strongly believe that Africa is where Bitcoin has come to scale. Time has betrayed your elders. What was once seen as pure is now seen as flawed, but I am here now, and all will be revealed. All will be revealed.
I call this home, this is my country. This place needs something, and something has to happen to turn this place around. I see Bitcoin as one way to effect that change.
my favorite quote of all time from Andreas Antonopoulos, which is Bitcoin isn't about banking the unbanked. It's about unbanking us all.
Are you here to become rich, or are you here to become free? Bitcoin represented an opportunity for us to start building ourselves, not to wait for the state to solve our problems, but for us to take our own destinies in our own hands.
It's about time that we show the world what we want Africa to look like, and not wait for the world to show us what Africa needs to look like.
I strongly believe that Africa is where Bitcoin has come to scale. Time has betrayed your elders. What was once seen as pure is now seen as flawed, but I am here now, and all will be revealed. All will be revealed.
I call this home, this is my country. This place needs something, and something has to happen to turn this place around. I see Bitcoin as one way to effect that change.
My favorite quote of all time from Andreas Antonopoulos, which is Bitcoin isn't about banking the unbanked. It's about unbanking us all.
Are you here to become rich, or are you here to become free? Bitcoin represented an opportunity for us to start building ourselves, not to wait for the state to solve our problems, but for us to take our own destinies in our own hands.
It's about time that we show the world what we want Africa to look like, and not wait for the world to show us what Africa needs to look like.
I strongly believe that Africa is where Bitcoin
I'm actually regretting not bringing my hoodie because I knew this was going to happen. I woke up, it was like super nice out, and as soon as I got here, I was like, damn. I feel like I'm back in the States.
The conference vibe's always the same.
Yeah.
Beautiful day outside, cold inside.
Yeah. Freezing everybody out. And then there's like no moisture in here because it's all AC. And then you go outside and like someone dumps a bucket of water in your face.
Totally. We have a camera, okay, right there at the back.
Yeah. Right on time?
Right on time. Okay, let's do it. This is non-African time, yeah. We're still on. Okay, so I think I'm just going to start with some basic intros so we can kind of, people can know who we are. My name's Craig. I write the Sparrow wallet, which is a desktop Bitcoin wallet with a focus on usability and privacy. And I've been doing that for a number of different years, years now. I've just met Josie, who I've been looking forward to meet for a long time. So maybe just.
Yeah, I'm Josie. I work on Bitcoin Core. I primarily work on the wallet. That's where I spend a lot of time getting started. I work on like privacy and usability things. I'm also a Sparrow user, so I was quite excited to meet Craig. And like often happens in this space, you interact with people for a couple of years, sometimes online, before you actually get to meet in person. So yeah, I think we both kind of come at Bitcoin with a similar interest of like privacy, usability. So I think that's kind of what we'll be spending the topic on today. Privacy in general, and like specifically practical wallet privacy.
Yeah, so this is adopting Bitcoin. So I think I chose this topic because we need to really look at how practical a lot of these technologies that get invented are, and can they be practically used by the people out there. And that's kind of what I'm always thinking about when I'm working on Sparrow. Is I'm trying to think like, is this a practical thing? Are people actually going to use it? And that's kind of one of the filters that I have when somebody suggests maybe Sparrow should have something in it. So I think where I'd like to start today, we've got Josie here. Josie is the co-author of the Silent Payments spec, which is a similar spec to something previously in place called BIP47. And what it involves is putting a static piece of information out there, whether it's called a payment code or a silent payments address. Those are the two different kinds of things. And that basically allows somebody to send you money in a private way and in a non-interactive way. So you don't have to give them an address. And if they send you money, no one else can see that that money has been received. So that's basically what that kind of technology solves. So these two technologies do it in slightly different ways with some different trade-offs. And I thought it would be fun today to kind of compare these two trade-offs and just chat about these things against the lens of, what technologies get used and how do we ensure that that they do actually get used, because we can invent all kinds of things, but without usage, it's not very useful. So I think maybe where we should start here is to say, I put BIP47, which was the kind of precursor, into Sparrow because at the time it was the only one out there, and it was relatively easy for me to build in a way that I think it's got a downside. One of these downsides is that you have to send this notification transaction before you can create this link. So what we are doing with these non-interactive payment schemes is we are allowing people to exchange information, to individuals to exchange information, and based on that information, you can then create these wallets in effect, or you can create addresses that only these two individuals know about. And that is the basis of how BIP47 works. The question is, how do you share this information? And that's where silent payments differs. So silent payments is better in some respects in that it is more private. The way in which it works is that you actually encode that information into the transaction. And that's an interesting approach, but it's also got a downside in that you need to scan the blockchain. So I don't know if I've done a fair job there of kind of giving a basic intro, but my kind of question is, well, Josie, how do you see that trade-off? Do you see silent payments as strictly an upgrade to BIP47? Do you see it as a trade-off for certain kinds of users? What's your kind of way that you view these two side by side?
Yeah, I think that's a great summary. But before I answer the question, I think I want to take one step back and just make it very clear what we're talking about when we say payment codes. So when you use Bitcoin, the first thing you do is you ask someone like, hey, send me an address. And they can text it to you over maybe an insecure medium like SMS or something. And now whoever's reading your SMS messages now knows this address and it's associated with your identity. Or you maybe post it on Twitter and say like, hey, send money to this. And now everybody in the world who can see that address can kind of see everything that's going on there. Now to use Bitcoin privately, it's like one of the first things that's mentioned in the white paper, and like probably one of the only parts of the white paper that really talks about privacy, where they say you have to use a fresh address every single time. Now we've all used other payment apps like Venmo, PayPal, whatever, and this is just not a good user experience. Of every time I want to send you money, I've got to get a hold of you, and ideally I have to get a hold of you in a private way or a secure way so we can exchange this address, this one-time thing. So naturally what we see is everyone just tends to reusing those addresses. And now you're just kind of shouting to the world like, here's everybody who sent me money, here's how much they've sent me, here's when I spend it, etc. And this is like quite a downgrade over what we're used to in other payment apps where there is kind of this privacy, and also there's this usability of like usernames. So I think the motivation for Bit47, Silent Payments, Ellen URL, like Bolt 12, is trying to move towards this user experience that we're used to in other payment apps of like, just give me information one time or allow me to discover it without interacting with you. And now I have like a username. And that username in the form of Bit47 is the payment code. In Silent Payments, it's a silent payment address. In Bolt 12, it's a bigger one. And now with BIP353, we can actually put human readable names on top of them. So we're getting close there. And I think long term, I would love to where the BIP47 versus Silent Payments discussion is just among the developers. And the users are like, here's my Bitcoin username. And they don't really know what's going on behind the scenes. So then to dig down into the comparison between the two, so like Craig mentioned, BIP47 was kind of the leader. It was based on this earlier idea called stealth addresses, which came out in like 2013, I think, was a proposal that never really got any traction. And then it actually had some significant downsides where in stealth addresses, you were encoding extra data into every transaction, I think in an op return, which then made the transaction more expensive than if you just did the non-private thing of reusing an address. So now there's kind of this pressure of like, yeah, I could use the more private thing, but I have to pay more. That seems silly. So I think BIP47 correctly identified that as a problem, and then they came up with this idea of the notification transaction, which the analogy I use there, it's actually more of a payment channel, right? You say, I set up this one-time op return, or there's multiple ways to do it, but there's this one-time on-chain thing, which is a secure channel for the sender and the recipient to exchange instructions on how to derive new addresses in the future. And the idea is, well, we pay this on-chain cost one time, and then it's amortized over the life of that relationship to where every subsequent transaction now only costs as much as a regular Bitcoin transaction. And I think that worked quite well. One of the things, you mentioned Silent Payments is more private. One of the things I never liked about Bit47 was there was this two-way exchange where I get your payment code and I set up a payment channel with you, and it also encodes my payment code so that you could send back to me. And in some cases, that's really nice if I am fine with you knowing my identity. But if I have my payment code posted on my Twitter, and then I want to anonymously send you some money, and then now you have this payment code that you can link back to my Twitter, and you're like, oh, Josie just sent me some money, and then somebody comes and hacks Craig's wallet, and they take it, and now they know everything that I'm doing, my business relationship with Craig. That to me was a downside, which got me more interested in looking at other ways of doing this. And then I heard Ruben Thompson talking about silent payments and kind of became obsessed with it. And so if we remember, stealth addresses, op return in every transaction. Then we've got Bit47, one on-chain op return, and then silent payments, no on-chain anything. So it's kind of this movement towards how can we put less and less data on-chain. And I think in terms of usability or like adoption, I think the theory of Bitcoin is on-chain space is going to be rising in cost. Like that's kind of built into the security model of Bitcoin. We expect that the on-chain fees are going to continue to rise. So I see this, trade-off more as we want to keep optimizing as few bytes on-chain and then push that cost somewhere else. So in the silent payments case, the transaction itself, it reuses public keys in the transaction that are already there to kind of communicate this information between sender and receiver. And now instead of being a payment channel, it's really on a per transaction basis. So if Craig has a silent payment address and I send to him, on the 1st of the month, and I want to anonymously support Sparrow, I send the first transaction. Then in the next month, I send the second transaction. Craig has no idea it's me, and he has no idea that these two separate transactions came from the same entity. So that sounds really nice, right, from privacy. What's the downside? Craig has to check all the transactions that might be silent payments, whereas in BIP47, it's more there's this one-time channel, and then he still has to check transactions, but more in the traditional way that we do in Bitcoin of like monitoring for addresses. So in silent payments, instead of using on-chain space to minimize the scanning cost, which is what BIP47 was doing, we're now pushing the cost computationally. You have to scan more and do more work at the benefit of saving an on-chain cost. So I think that benefit today is maybe not fully realized because on-chain fees are perhaps scarily low, depending on how you view things. But I think it'll start to make more sense as that on-chain cost goes up, and then also the privacy aspect of it. Like, do you want to use this thing for a more private use case versus one where it's presumed that the sender and recipient are fine knowing some things about each other? And then, in terms of like how people are practically going to use it, I think my hope is that we've traded this like on-chain savings for an engineering complexity. And so when we start thinking about mobile clients, I think BIP47 did see more adoption because it fit more into this Electrum model where you get a group of addresses and you scan for them. And that works pretty well for mobile. If we have time, I think maybe we can talk about the privacy trade-offs. But now in this world where you are scanning for the transactions themselves, mobile becomes very difficult. And the easy answer is like everyone should just run a node. And that's sometimes like, I think we should always keep that as the ideal of like the most private experience you're going to have in Bitcoin is if you run your own node. And not only privacy, but usability. You're going to get all these features like notifications of transactions in the mempool, which is very difficult to do on mobile. However, I don't think that's really a fair bar to just be like, well, run your own node or you don't get these nice benefits. But I do think we have to like make sure that that's always an option that we're presenting to people, and then explaining the trade-offs of like something like silent payments. It does work in a mobile environment, but your bandwidth usage is going to go up, and maybe there's going to be some slowness, and you're not going to see those mempool notifications and things like that. So really, I do think it comes down to future-proofing, but also trade-offs of like, how do you expect to use this technology? Are you more concerned about privacy, or are you more concerned about this traditional payments app experience? I'll pause there, and maybe we can.
Yeah, thanks. I think that's a very fair presentation of the two sides of it. I think, just to dig in a little bit more into the kind of, because I kind of want to focus in on what are the technologies that people are likely to use. Now, as I understand it, and maybe this is a little segue where we kind of jump into how wallets work and what kind of wallet technologies under the hood are the ones that are more likely to get used. From what I understand, because silent payments has this blockchain scanning requirement, the compact block filters or BIP158 technology is kind of required for the light client option. In other words, if you're not running your own node, you have to use this particular approach. Now, the technology behind it is very cool. Unfortunately, it's still quite resource heavy. As far as I know, and I'm probably wrong here, so when I say this, I know someone's going to say, "Well, you didn't mention X." But as far as I know, Wasabi Wallet's the only wallet to have actually integrated BIP158. Obviously, it's built into Bitcoin Core, and it's quite useful there just to increase the scanning time if you have wallets in Bitcoin Core. So that's useful in and of itself. But in terms of a sort of a wallet outside of Bitcoin Core, I actually tried to use this yesterday, and my experience was I fired up an empty wallet. It downloaded 5.5 gigs. It took an hour and 10 minutes, and my CPU was running pretty hot for most of that time. So, my concern with any payments technology is it going to get used? Because you have senders and receivers in order for it to become useful. And my worry, and when people come to me and they say, well, what about silent payments? My concern is that if we don't see adoption, because the technology is too hard to use, then, you know, I don't want to have to support things that, you know, I'm going to have to pay for many, many years if very few people are using them. Now, BIP47 is relatively niche. That's the reality. Is I think the non-interactive private payments world is a relatively niche world to begin with. My concern is that silent payments is even more niche within that. So that's kind of my argument against it, if you will. And I really actually am curious to hear how you think about that, and because, you know, it's a direct question to me today as a wallet dev is, do I build this thing in, or do I try to, or not?
Yeah, I think you're like really good to call out the developer costs of, you know, there's a lot of buzzwords that go around in the Bitcoin space, and people will hear something and then attach their personality to it and be like, I want feature X, and you dig in a little more and you find out they don't actually run a node, or they don't even use Bitcoin for payments. And there's a real cost for these projects like yours, where, as I understand it, you know, you're an individual developer with limited time, and you want to provide the best experience to your users. So every new feature that you add, there's a real cost over the lifetime of your software project. And we deal with this a lot in Bitcoin Core as well. You know, people will be like, we want feature X in Bitcoin Core. And we're thinking, all right, what percentage of users are actually going to use that when they download Bitcoin Core? Because we're a very limited team, and we want to make sure that we can guarantee a certain level of security and quality. So I think this is very pertinent to kind of start the discussion from, are people going to use it? And are people going to be able to use it? And I think I tend to not, I don't really like the private payments moniker, and I usually talk more about usernames, because I think static payment codes, that whole category of like Bolt 12, LNURL, silent payments, BIP47, I think that's the user experience we need to move towards for adoption. This kind of song and dance that we do, exchanging, you know, Bolt 11 invoices, interactively, addresses interactively. I think this is actually the thing that is going to hurt adoption with people who are coming into Bitcoin now and in the future, because they're coming from a world where they expect this kind of like non-interactive username experience, and to date, we really haven't been able to offer that in Bitcoin. And I've seen people use a Bolt 12 wallet for the first time and be able to use it with like a username, and it's like a transformative experience. They're like, wow, this is actually cool and it works. And so my interest is, how can we provide that experience for users? Because I think that is something users want and will use. And how can we do it in a way that doesn't compromise some of the ideals of Bitcoin, like privacy and custody, self-custody. And so starting from there, then it's a question of, all right, so we kind of agree there's this product market of username experiences. Now how do we do that in a feasible way? So BIP158 was kind of designed not with mobile in mind at first. It was kind of pioneered by the Lightning Labs team. It's called like the Neutrino protocol, and it was for people who were running Lightning nodes on servers and didn't really want or need the entire blockchain. So there was still this expectation that it was kind of like a production kind of environment, and it was so you could build these like lightweight Lightning nodes. And then some other people were like, oh, well, we could also do this for mobile. And I don't think it's a good fit for mobile, and which is, you know, you mentioned Wasabi wallet, which is still kind of a desktop wallet. So desktop wallets and Neutrino, I think, can fit well together. So when we were first discussing silent payments, that was kind of, we wanted to look for ways to not reinvent the wheel. And, you know, when we first started it, Ruben and I were like, we're kind of going to ask all these wallets to like rewrite their backends, and like that's, you know, for all these solo projects or passion projects, that's kind of a non-starter. So we're like, all right, well, we'll start with something that people know and maybe there's libraries for, which is BIP158. And I think it's a good start, but a few issues there is silent payments doesn't actually have a blockchain scanning requirement. It's more of a UTXO scanning requirement. And if people have used Monero wallets, they'll know that in the light client world with Monero, you leave the phone off for a month and then you turn it on and it has to catch up all of the blocks. No notion of a UTXO set there. And BIP 158 kind of has this same concept of like, if you leave your phone off for a month, you have to catch up with all the blocks. And for me, this is like a non-starter, right? Because then your user experience degrades linearly with time. And unless you're like checking the wallet and using the wallet every single day, you kind of have this catch-up requirement, which is quite bad. So I think I consider, you know, BIP 158 not as like a necessary backend for silent payments, but more as this, let's get the conversation going and let's get some buy-in. But ideally what we want is a UTXO model where your phone is offline for a month, it comes back online, you don't care about any transaction that was created and spent in your absence. You just want to come back in and be like, hey, what's the current state of the UTXO set? Send me all the transactions I haven't seen yet so I can check if they're mine. And so this is actually more similar to what Cake Wallet is doing, because they've implemented sending and receiving for silent payments, where the phone is offline for a while, comes back on, tells the server, hey, this was the last block that I scanned, give me all of the UTXOs that are still unspent that were created in the meantime. And instead of using like a compact filter, they just actually send all of the information for the UTXO. So again, it's more bandwidth intensive, which makes the scanning a bit not great when you're on like a flaky mobile connection. But I think that's the direction we want to go. And what was nice about that, they were able to add this extra index to an Electrum server. So they're already using Electrum to power their wallet. We added another endpoint, and it was, in terms of developer hours, not too bad. The experience, like that's the wallet I use on the payments now. It's not great, but I see that more as an engineering problem rather than like a protocol problem. Like in theory, that protocol is quite nice. And now we just need to like put our engineering hats on and be like, all right, how can we make this encode compact? How can we be more bandwidth efficient? How can we make this a more seamless experience? And where I'm optimistic is we use other apps on our phone, like Instagram or Twitter or some of these other things, and these are like very bandwidth intensive apps that are doing quite a lot of bandwidth in the background. They just have brilliant engineers optimizing that problem. So that's kind of where I want to spend my time thinking about, like, all right, let's identify a good model, like a UTXO scanning model, where there is, it's really like a constant scanning time, right? Like the longer you leave your phone off in between a scan, the cost of checking for new payments is really like constant time in terms of how long does it take me to scan a UTXO set. Then we figure out, all right, that's a good theoretic model, let's engineer it and make sure that we're kind of killing that problem like really, really well. I also think as we've started to talk more about privacy and mobile, I think people are understanding the way the world is moving is nobody's really using desktops or even laptops anymore. Your compute life happens on your phone. And so we're looking at these protocols like BIP 158 and being like, that wasn't really designed for a phone. So how can we kind of reimagine it? And that's an area that I've been spending some time working with some other engineers and like Bitcoin protocol devs to say, like, how can we learn from the mistakes of BIP 158 for the mobile problem and start to imagine a protocol that would work better for mobile. And I think that's interesting to me because it benefits, you know, my personal interest, silent payments, but I think it would also be a benefit to other wallet protocols where we're starting to say, like, hey, like, we can't expect that a user is going to be running a desktop or a laptop, and a lot of people are going to be using their phone for everything. And I think that's where we need to start spending more time and thinking about those things. So one I guess positive step there was a developer recently who took the Nakamoto library. It was Nakamoto was a full implementation of BIP 158 in Rust, kind of designed for this privacy-minded thing, and so we started to use that for a wallet that I've been working on with a few other people called Dana Wallet as a silent payments wallet, and we very quickly realized, okay, Nakamoto was built for a desktop. It doesn't work with this mobile environment. Like, you can't just have a constantly running event loop on a phone, especially if it's on an iPhone. So this other dev independently was wanting to build like a more privacy-focused wallet, and we got in contact with him, and he was rewriting the Nakamoto crate, still doing BIP 158, but with a mobile environment in mind, and figuring out how to optimize for that. And that's now, I think, called Kyoto. and that's going to be eventually moved into BDK, which is a wallet developer library. So I look for signals like that, like where are people kind of running into the same problems that I'm running into, and how can we kind of join forces there? Eventually, I'd like to see a new protocol for mobile environments, kind of taking inspiration from Electrum, BIP 158, and a few others to say, okay, now how can we take the last 5 to 6 years of learning and move towards something that's actually designed for mobile, for privacy, works for something like silent payments, works for these other protocols. And I think that's kind of what's happening naturally, which is why I'm kind of maybe more positive on the, you know, I don't think that the engineering problems are a stopper for something like silent payments.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, again, I would like to believe that that's going to happen, and you know, that's certainly what I'll be looking out for. I think just to kind of, you know, talk more generally about how I see the kind of, you know, the kind of tech, and in particular how the wallet fetches information. I think if there exists a solution that does the job efficiently, in the sense that it's near instant, that the bandwidth usage is low, particular implementation is going to get used versus an implementation which does a poorer job. That's just how people will experience it. Whether we like it or not, privacy is a secondary concern, or maybe a tertiary concern. Maybe, you know, the first concern is, does the thing work? And by work, does it work in the first 10 seconds, right? Because that's what people have come to expect. The second concern is are my funds on this device secure? The third concern, or maybe even lower, is, are they private? So trying to rearrange the order of that as devs is usually not a successful approach. Usually you have to kind of deal with it in that order. That's one of the reasons that Sparrow uses the Electrum wallet approach. And I would argue that there's at least a strong argument to be made that, you know, the Electrum devs who released their wallet back in 2010, believe it or not, which is quite amazing if you think about it. Bitcoin released in 2009, so really like early days. They gave the world this address index, and Bitcoin Core, for maybe good reasons, maybe bad reasons, decided not to build an address index into Bitcoin Core. Personally, there are pros and cons to that call, of course, and I don't think anyone can ever know which was the correct choice. I would probably these days side on saying I don't think it was the correct choice, because it's kind of outsourced such a critical part of how Bitcoin works for most wallets in the world today to a entity which is relatively loose and not kind of as well managed, not as many devs as Bitcoin Core. So maybe we do get a upgrade to that particular address index, but I would argue that it's always like the address index has largely won the war. It's unlikely the wallets are going to be like, let's use a technology which is slower, which uses more bandwidth. It's a very difficult call for a dev to make. And I don't think a lot of devs will make that call, and that's why we're seeing all the new wallets like the Nunchucks and the Bitcoin Keepers. They all just go straight to that because it's what users want. They want it to be fast. They want it to be low bandwidth. They want it to appear instant. So that's kind of my view on it, and not just speaking to you, but to the sort of broader audiences. Any payments technology that reality is going to struggle to get adoption, because you're just really up against those very hard truths, those kind of order of priorities of what users want. And that's been my challenge in trying to, you know, I go through the silent payment spec. I did it a few months ago. I did it again this week, trying to see like how could I build this thing in. But it is a challenge right now, because right now I'd have to derive all of those public keys, but then I have to go and check with the Electrum server on every single one to see, well, were any funds actually sent to this, or am I just sort of making this thing up and it's not actually a reality on the blockchain yet? So that it just doesn't work at this stage. And hopefully we get to a point, maybe as you say, we have to download the UTXO set, but the challenge is always going to be the amount of bandwidth that we use and whether we can kind of index that. I do think that silent payments is a beautifully written spec. I think that there is a use case for it for people who really need to be private and who really need to have that non-interactive approach. And there are people like that out there, particularly activists in the world, you know, who can't run a server like a public-facing BTC Pay server, but can run a node. And there's a difference between the two of them. And for that particular use case, I think it hits a really sweet spot because you don't need to worry about the scanning cost. It's all kind of built in anyway. You're doing all of that work. So I do think it works for that, but I struggle to see the broader use case until we get something else. And again, I don't know what that might be, but who knows? You know, it's very hard to predict what the holds. So that's kind of where I'm at with it, not just to you, but to the kind of world. Anyone is asking, that's kind of where I struggle with it right now. Is how do I bring this in a way that maintains the user experience of what Sparrow users expect, which is near instant. All of my transactions appear. You know, that's I think a good point to perhaps jump into something else. I know that you wanted to talk a bit about coin selection, and I think that that's an interesting and general purpose thing that would be quite useful for people to kind of wrap their heads around. So the idea of how does one manage a wallet? How do you understand, and how does the wallet manage what UTXOs are in it? So currently we have these two kind of competing concerns. We have the one economic concern and the privacy concern on the one side. And basically what you have is, if you want to be really private, then you don't want to consolidate the UTXOs that you have in your wallet, right? You don't want to make one big UTXO, because then that links all of those payments and basically links them all together on the blockchain for anyone to see. But from an economic point of view, that is what you want, because you pay for a transaction based on the size of data in the transaction. So the more inputs and with the more UTXOs you spend, you're going to be paying more. So how do you, I mean, that's the sort of basic intro, but in terms of how a wallet handles coin selection, how do you balance that? What's your kind of thinking on the right way to think about that particular challenge?
Yeah, I wanted to make one comment in summary of what you said there. I think you mentioned like there's a war for like user adoption, and users are not going to care about certain things, and they're going to go with what works for them. And I very much agree with that, with the caveat that I think everything we do as a developer is a negotiation with the user. And I think how we win that, of kind of pushing towards the things that maybe we as developers have a stronger opinion about than the user, is always give something to the user, right? Whenever we say like, hey, I'm gonna change your wallet experience, right? And I'll pick a good example, mempool notifications, right? So some people, they open a Bitcoin wallet and they expect to see a notification that someone has sent them money right away. Now, you and I are sitting here and I say, hey, I just sent you some Bitcoin. You don't wanna wait for the next block to come in, for then your wallet to download the BIP158 filter and then check and everything like that. And I can argue with you, be like, no, Craig, that's more private. And you're like, Josie, I just want to know if you sent me the money before we move on. So I do think we have to be, we have to spend a lot of time as developers negotiating with our users and explaining and educating them and explaining like, all right, look, I'm going to take this feature away from you, but I'm going to give you a better feature. And explaining that, and there's an individual I've been working with in the Netherlands, Mo. She's involved with the Bitcoin design community, and Christoph as well. As someone who's mostly spent his time working on backends, I've been learning a lot from them as UX researchers, where they're saying, look, we've got to tell a story and a narrative for the user of why the experience is this way. Like, And there's a lot of storytelling we can do with how we communicate information to the user. So I agree with you. You kind of have to like, whatever meets the user's needs, whether it's good or not, on how it's implemented, privacy, et cetera, that's what users are going to use. But I think we have a lot more leeway there of, let's tell a story about this wallet, let's tell a story about what it's doing for the user, let's explain to the user what they're getting. And that's where I am kind of more positive about pushing new features and new designs to users, as long as we're explaining to them, like, here's what I'm doing for you, and here's the trade-off compared to something else. And I think as Bitcoin gains more adoption and we see more development happening, I think it's where we have to engage those folks more, the UX people, and be like, look, you guys have been doing this for decades. Bitcoin is now 16 years old or whatever. How can we learn from the Facebooks, the Instagrams, the Twitters, like all these other apps that are doing these great user experiences and managing trade-offs? How can we start to learn from that, bring that to Bitcoin? Jumping into the coin selection stuff, I think when we talk about privacy, I think of it in like 3 categories. We have this like application level privacy, which is where the BIP47 and the silent payments fall, which is how do you and I privately exchange information about doing a payment that stays between us. So this communication of addresses, and then we talk about interactive and non-interactive. Then we have the actual transaction itself. And this kind of falls into like, so we have the app layer, maybe the wallet layer now, and how you construct the transaction can reveal a lot of information. So maybe wallet does something funky with unlock times, and everybody knows like, oh, this person is using Sparrow, or wallets that use object multisig or like bespoke scripts, people can kind of figure out, okay, they're using this particular wallet, and maybe that's information you don't want people to know. And then coin selection, I think, is really where in Bitcoin the battle is won or lost when it comes to privacy, because whatever you do in that transaction is going to be permanently on chain for as long as Bitcoin exists. So even if there's no threat to your privacy right now, maybe in 10 years there is, and there's this on-chain record. So this is why I think coin selection is one of these topics that maybe doesn't get enough attention. And so we have all these heuristics that chain analysis uses for kind of tracking the flow of UTXOs. And a lot of them are kind of garbage science, but kind of like with the Electrum thing, it doesn't matter what's correct or good, that's what people are going to use. And so when it comes to this privacy thing, like you said, there's this tightrope you have to balance between economic efficiency. I don't want to pay a lot of money on chain to get privacy, because now there's this disincentive to be private, right? Or maybe to put it differently, there's this privilege of privacy where like, if you have a lot of money, you can be more private than somebody else. But if I'm very sensitive to fees and like on-chain fees, and like we said earlier, they're gonna keep going up, you're gonna price users out of privacy. And I think coin joins are a good example of this, and some other techniques where you're doing these remixes and things, and it's like, you can get decent privacy. Looking at one is like changeless transactions. How can we make changeless transactions? And that becomes this interesting like algorithmic problem, right? Like what kind of UTXOs do you need in the wallet? What's kind of the expected amounts that the user is doing, such that we could hit like a 99% change. Wrote a thesis on this. And there's some coin selection algorithms in core that try to optimize for changeless. So that's kind of interesting. But it brings back in the problem of efficiency versus privacy, where to do a changeless transaction, I might now have to bring in more UTXOs, right? And so how do we balance that? Because now, like you said, I'm using more UTXOs as inputs, which then kind of says to the world, I own all of these inputs, which is a problem for privacy. And it's also more expensive. Now I have more inputs, the transaction's more expensive, and now the user's like, wow, like, why am I paying so many fees if I could just have like one input, 2 outputs, and change? So I think there's probably some sweet spot there. And then I also think a lot about like, how can we have wallets that are like proactively optimizing and trying to figure out, maybe once every now and then your wallet creates a change output and splits it into 3 UTXOs to prepare for that next, when you're going to need a changeless transaction. And this is an area that it doesn't feel like a lot of people have been looking at it, and I feel like there's a lot of low-hanging fruit there, where we can hit that sweet spot of, let's not reveal too much about the balance of our wallet by consolidating, but let's also not leave breadcrumbs through these change transactions to kind of let people know how our funds are flowing over time. And that's a very interesting one to me. I think another area when we talk about coin selection, and I think this is kind of related to some work you've done in the BIP world with labels, if I'm not mistaken, of like exporting the label. I think labels is like a super critical part of privacy, coin selection, and our on-chain footprints. And the prior recommendation or the prior art has always been label all of your UTXOs, and then you be your own coin selection. Like you kind of go in there and be like, I don't want to mix the UTXO from mom with the UTXO from my drug dealer, and like be very like proactive there. That's not going to work over time, I don't think. I think putting the onus on the user of like, hey, don't mess this up, and like take all these extra steps, people are going to get in a hurry, people are going to get lazy. And so if privacy isn't kind of the default behavior, or if we don't have algorithms doing it, users are going to mess it up. So where I'm really interested as kind of like a future research area is how can we have label-aware coin selection? So the wallet is kind of automatically applying labels. And this is an area we spend a lot of time thinking in the silent payments BIP of like, how can we add labels to these addresses that get automatically applied without the user doing anything? So automatic labeling, and then also the user putting in their own manual labels, and then maybe setting, you know, some preferences, or like maybe there's some user flow where they kind of say like, I don't want my UTXOs to be mixed, I want them kind of separate, or whatever. There's this initial like onboarding they do, and then the coin selection algorithm takes it from there. And the coin selection can see, you know, these different labels, and it doesn't have to semantically understand them. It can just see these are AAAA, this is BBBB, CCCC, and then the coin selection algorithm tries to work with these label groups and avoid mixing, consolidating UTXOs. And that's another area that's like, it's very easy to talk about in theory. I don't know how practical it is in practice, but it's an area that I want to spend more time researching, and I want other people to start thinking about of like, how can we put less work on the user, where you have to kind of actively curate and manage your UTXO set, and have the wallet be smart and do these labels, and then have coin selection pick up from that. And again, I think that's another area where there's a lot of low-hanging fruit, and there's a lot of things that we can kind of take the burden away from the user and put it there. And that's where I am really excited about, I don't remember the BIP number, about like the wallet label export format. 329, BIP 329, that's critical, right? Like we're all really excited about the 12 words, and you know, I'm personally a fan of the seed phrases at all because it doesn't have script information, it doesn't have label information. Descriptors was kind of a move towards like, all right, how can we actually back up everything that the user would need to fully recover all the script types, and I think it's great. But then also I think BIP 329 is kind of that missing piece of, I need to move, you know, let's say the wallet I'm using gets compromised or the devs don't work on it anymore. Now I need to move to another wallet. How do I keep all of that label information, script information, and how do we create standards around that so this metadata that is super critical for privacy and usability doesn't die with any particular wallet? And so like if I have my phrase and I'm using Sparrow, and Sparrow's got all this great labeling stuff, and I've curated all these labels, and my coin selection algorithm is aware of it, and then I, you know, for whatever reason I mess something up and all I have is my seed phrase, and then I put that in another wallet, and I'm at ground zero now, and it's like, oh, I don't remember what my labels were, and I could then compromise privacy. So I'm mentioning that because it's like, I think it would be premature to jump into all of this like super intelligent coin selection label aware stuff if we don't already have this guarantee that this very critical metadata that we're now going to be using for algorithms and privacy, if we don't have standards around sharing that and exporting that.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Just to kind of where I ended up with a lot of these kind of concepts was, you know, number one, make the user label every transaction they send. You can't make them label every transaction they receive because those are just going to happen, of course, but you can make them label mandatory every transaction that you send. So you have some idea if there's change, you've labeled that change. The second point is in your example, I would put your drug dealer funds into a different account. We've got the BIP 32 accounts. I would use accounts. I think they're very helpful. I think they're underused, so I'd really emphasize that people consider accounts and use accounts. It's really a great way to segregate funds in a way that will ensure that they never get mixed, because Sparrow certainly will never mix funds from 2 different accounts. I am occasionally asked for it, but I try to resist that because I think on balance it's going to be a negative thing. And then finally, in terms of the coin selection part of it, I've kind of said, well, there is no way for a machine to just know what the user would want. It's just too much. At least with the technology that we have today. So what I've done there is I've made it an explicit choice, and you've got a sort of a toggle at the bottom of the transaction, the sort of send tab that allows you to choose whether you have a normal transaction, which is optimized for the most economic way. And actually I use the work that Merch did. It's basically the same coin selection algorithm in Bitcoin Core is reflected in the Sparrow. So it's trying to consider the total cost of what those UTXOs are over time. So it's kind of building that in. So that's the sort of economic and the normal approach, but you also then have a more private transaction, obviously a more expensive one, and that uses a different coin selection algorithm, but it actually goes all the way and creates this fake 2-person coin join, which makes it much more difficult for a chain analysis company to be able to follow the funds through the blockchain. So to be able to say, because now you have 2 outputs which have the same value, and now you don't know which of those 2 outputs actually went to the recipient and which just went back into the wallet of the user. So it immediately cuts the probability of following that flow of funds down by half, and that's quite a lot. In the blockchain analysis world, it's always about the probabilities that you have of being able to follow funds through. And if you can say, well, I've got a 90% probability of knowing that funds that started here ended up over here, well, that's pretty good. But if you cut that in half, suddenly you're down to 45, right? And then if you can cut that further, very helpful. So that's kind of the ways in which I see it right now with the technology we have today. Obviously, people are going to keep thinking about it and keep figuring out new ways to kind of go at things. But that's what we've got. Well, that's where I am today. I just want to do a time check because we are.
Yeah, I think we're right at. If I can close with one comment you said about I want to close with a comment you said about like coin selection. And then you also mentioned the index building. Another super important for the broader Bitcoin development community is we ought to start a ecosystem. And so the coin selection one is a great example. You know, Bitcoin state of the art, you know, coin selection algorithms. And then every developer who then wants to benefit from that, they either have to build a wallet that is based on Bitcoin cores, RPCs, or whatever, which is not great in my opinion, or they have to re-implement the coin selection algorithm. And this is where I'd love to see us start to take these problems like coin selection, put them into libraries that then anyone can use, and you can kind of just import that. And it's well tested, it's got like all the guarantees and review. And I think BDK is kind of leading the charge on this a little bit and trying to be like a wallet SDK. I would love to see more of that happening. I think recently I saw you did the HWI as well, and it's like, let's start to make more of these things accessible to users, language agnostic, you know, so that people don't have to all switch to Rust if they want to benefit from a certain ecosystem. And so coin selection is one. I think, you know, you mentioned earlier the index stuff. I want to see more empowerment for users to build their own indexes for their wallets without having to reinvent the entire wheel. And this is where I think the Bitcoin kernel is very promising, where we can kind of provide users APIs and SDKs for them to solve these problems rather than core becoming the bottleneck or everyone re-implementing things on their own. And that's where I'm hopeful that we'll mature as an ecosystem, because then I think everybody kind of gets good privacy, good engineering, without every individual wallet tackling these problems on their own. I think in the interest of time, we stop there, and it's been a great discussion. It's like, lovely chatting.
Yeah, thank you. That's been great. So, thanks everyone.
Check one check. Tako.
I think we're ready to go. So yeah, this is probably one of the youngest orange pillars, not just in Mossel Bay, but the whole wide world. And yeah, I'm always happy to see young men doing incredible things because it reminds me that I'm getting old. Yeah, so if we would just give him some attention and a round of applause so that he can get started.
Good morning, everyone. How are you today? I'm good. So I'm here to do a presentation about my story at the Bitcoinicas, how I joined Bitcoinicas. So my name is Bongani Tebe. I'm 16 years old and I'm delighted to join you today. I was born in Mossel Bay and it's an honor to be here at this conference. I started attending the Schäfer Kids in May 2019. I wasn't perfect at surfing and found it challenging to adapt. But it was through surfing that I met Christo Kellerman, and this is also where I first heard about Bitcoin. And I can still remember being very intrigued by the concept. Then things changed when I joined Then things changed when I joined Bitcoinicas in 2021. What really makes this institution stand out is that it's a place dedicated to educating literally everyone, whether you are young, old, male or female. Bitcoin doesn't care about your gender or race. It's accessible to everyone. Plus, it's not controlled by any entity. Not even governments can control it. It's a decentralized currency. My journey into understanding Bitcoin began when I first received Bitcoin as a form of payment. At first, there were a lot of questions, but things started making more sense when I read the Bitcoin Standard book with the help of my mentor, Jason Branscombe. With Hills, and I've been... Something's wrong with the clicker. I'm sorry, can we restart again? Something wrong with the clicker. Just gonna restart. Hello everyone. My name is Bongani Tebe. I'm 16 years old and I'm delighted to join you today. Hello everyone. My name is Bongani Tebe. I'm 16 years old and I'm delighted to join you today. I was born in Mossel Bay and it's an honor to be at this conference. I started attending the Schäfer Kids in May 2019. I wasn't perfect at surfing and found it challenging to adapt. But it was through surfing that I met Hermann, and this is also where I first heard about Bitcoin, and I can still remember being very intrigued by the concept. Then things changed when I joined Kgothatso in October 2021. What really makes this institution stand out is that it's a place dedicated to educating literally everyone, whether you are young, old, male or female. Bitcoin doesn't care about your gender or race. It's accessible to everyone. Plus, it's not controlled by any single entity. Not even governments can control it. It's a decentralized currency. My journey into understanding Bitcoin truly began when I first received Bitcoin as a form of payment. At first, there were a lot of questions, but things started making more sense when I first read the Bitcoin Standard book with the help of my mentor, Jason Branscombe. And I've been reading the book for 8 months with 304 pages and lot of thinkings with history, economy, and applications about Bitcoin. With his help and guidance through the material, I was able to understand concepts about history and economy, which were supposedly too complicated for someone my age. And we only finished the book recently in June 2024. In my exploration of the Bitcoin Standard book, I've gained valuable insights into the historical development of money and its various forms. Firstly, bartering. In ancient societies, the primary method of exchange was bartering, where individuals traded goods and services directly. This system required a double coincidence of wants, meaning that both parties had to desire what the other was offering. Secondly, commodity money. To address the limitations of bartering, societies transition using commodity money, items that possesses intrinsic value. Examples of commodity money include seashells, salt, and precious metals like gold and silver. Thirdly, fiat money. As economies expanded, the practicality of carrying large quantities of commodity money diminished. This led to the creation of fiat money, which is currency that derives its value from government regulation and the trust of its users rather than being backed by the physical commodity. In my studies of economics, I have gained understanding of several fundamental concepts that are crucial for financial literacy and stability. Firstly, sound money. I have learned that sound money is defined as a currency that is not subject to sudden fluctuation in value. Secondly, inflation. Another critical concept I have explored is inflation, which refers to the general increase prices over time. I have come to understand that in unevenly rising prices can have detrimental effects on the economy, as they inevitably reduce the purchasing power of consumers. Thirdly, the importance of saving. Lastly, I have recognized the vital role of saving in personal finance. Establishing a savings habit is crucial for providing a financial cushion during emergencies or unexpected challenges. In application about Bitcoin is that Bitcoin increasingly viewed as a reliable store of value due to its limited supply, which is 21 million Bitcoin. And Bitcoin's application in peer-to-peer transaction and its most fundamental features are direct transaction, lower transaction, global accessibility, and etc. My My daily basis on what am I doing at the Ekasi Center after school is cooking, cleaning, and tidying for 12 to 15 students for 4 days a week. On a monthly basis, Slu and I, we give rewards to the NFC cards for kids that attend the Schäfer Kids and Bitcoin Ekasi. And we announce to the kids that they are going to spend afterwards. We give them their cards and they enter shops, purchasing chips, cold drink, and food to give a little support to their family. After they finish spending, we take some pictures and videos of them spending, holding their cards, and we take their cards from them for safely because they might lose their cards, And I also joined diploma classes, having to learn more knowledge about Bitcoin with the diploma students. And it was fun having to learn with the first class, and we graduated on the 2nd of September 2024. And I ranked the highest and got 72.5%, which isn't that much, but I will learn more and surpass my goal. And I'm also the teacher's assistant, Miss Sasa. Can you stand up? Wave your hand. Whenever she has a technical problem or troubleshoot, she will just call me and I'll fix her laptop. We at the Ekasi Center, we run BitX miners to show people and what are these devices that mine Bitcoin, and we give them test to show how do you mine Bitcoin with those machines. And I help the shop owners to set up their POS machine, checking their wallets if it's working perfectly, helping them with internet access, and also making their terminal work during the process so that the payment may not fail. It might be a problem if it fails. Lastly, at the Ekasi Center, we have a exchange ATM. It helps when you want to buy some clothes at the Ekasi Center, at the thrift shop, and they have only cash, not Bitcoin. They may use the ATM machine to insert coin, and the machine will exchange it to sets. I've been sharing what I've learned about Bitcoin I've been sharing what I learned about Bitcoin at the Ekasi Center with others who are interested. I even onboarded one of my teachers, as you can see, Mr. Desemele, my business studies teacher. I even onboarded one of my teachers and helped him understand Bitcoin too. And it's great to pass on the knowledge I've gained on and orange pill people who were interested. Now, we are delving into Why Buy Bitcoin by Andy Edstrom. Although it's challenging, Massie and I discuss it over Google Meet, and every session depends my understanding on why buy Bitcoin. Jason and I, we haven't went that far reading the book because I had to prepare for school exams, which was that late. But we did go through chapter 1, why is money, before the exams, talking about why is money. Chapter 2, what is money, talking about a clear definition of money. And last chapter, monetary madness and debt debauchery, talking about the modern money versus debt, and also talk about medium of exchange. Building a node isn't that easy as it looks, and having no one to help you or be at your side. There were challenges into setting up the BTC Pay server. For instance, we were having trouble installing a new SSD card. into the machine and making sure that everything went great, no fault were occurred. And interesting things that I've experienced when I was setting up the BTC pay servers node is that I had to learn codes, command, and seeing the progress of the Bitcoin blockchain downloading from the machine. Thanks to Kemal and OpenNoms for helping me, showing me what to do, how to run a node, and Slew for being there at my side. If you can raise up your hands, Slew, so that they can. And for being there at my side and help to set up the BTC Pay server. And also with that BTC Pay server, helps us to set up and program NFC cards, which will be a great use. With Bitcoin, I am empowered, having the ability to self-custody my funds, making my own purchases from merchants, and I can stack sets to secure my future on my Jade hardware wallet. In my language, I can describe Bitcoin as Ubuntu, bringing enjoyment and togetherness in people. And being here at this conference is a great honor, and I look forward to meeting interesting Bitcoiners and having to learn even more about Bitcoin. Thank you.
One, two. Testing, testing. I'm Ellie Hill and I will be presenting on Bitcoin Witstand, which IT just took off the screen for me. Excuse me, sir. At the back, can I have my slide back, please? So while we're waiting, I actually wanted to ask the crowd, because this is my first Bitcoin presentation. I was wondering who here has a circular economy, who's trying to grow a circular economy at the moment? Okay. Who has never used Bitcoin before to pay for something? Okay. I reckon you're either here to start. Okay, well, welcome and thank you very much. So while I speak nonsense, on the App Store or on Google Play, there's an app called Blink. It's B-L-I-N-K, Blink. There. That's what the logo looks like. So just, if you haven't used Bitcoin yet, just download that app while I'm speaking, just for interest's sake. Excellent, here we go. So there's Bitcoin Witstand road trip last year after the Bitcoin conference. Okay, that's fantastic news. This one, I'll have to swap for another one. Let me see. Okay, I'm going to try. Right, so here is just a summary of what you can expect from this. It is, what is Bitcoin Witstand? Why is it important? And what worked for us? So there was no structure given really on how to package the information, so I had to guess. And I thought, okay, let's start with just what is Bitcoin Witstand? Thank you for your smile. Right, so Bitcoin Witstand, it is this idyllic little coastal town in the middle of Cape Town and George. We are 601 residents. There is a hell of a lot of nothing. Okay, we've got abundant, beautiful nature. We do not have shops. We have very few anything. And So where can you pay using Bitcoin in Witwatersrand? So what we have at the moment is we have a general dealer accepting Bitcoin, where you can buy anything from fishing tackle, groceries, freshly baked bread. We sell Eureka hardware screws, tap fitments, all these types of things you can buy in Bitcoin there. There's a fuel station, so you can get your petrol, diesel, gas, all of that. We have 3 restaurants. The first restaurant that started accepting Bitcoin in Witwatersrand is actually myself and my husband, Ellie's on Main. And that is why I'm here today. So I was the first onboarder to join in my life that I think I will then be speaking here at a conference, but that's the story for another day. The original instigator has just become a father, so he and Nikki is dealing with their own difficulty adjustment. We have a rum distillery, there's a beauty salon, a massage therapist. We have several accommodations, fly fishing. It's an ideal holiday town. So we have the Buhr-Vivier River runs into Witwatersrand, so there's fishing charters, there's sea fishing, there's all sorts of things that you can do using Bitcoin. It's interesting for me to have to explain this because we've been living like this. The payment itself is not the activity, it's just money, and we're just using it. It's become completely natural. What's also quite nice about Bitcoin Witwatersrand is the charity that has come with it. So we've got a skate park, the Bitcoin skate park, then we've got a jungle gym, huddle puddle for the youngsters. There's weekly Bitcoin donations where there's almost 100 people at this point getting a small little bit of donations at the end of each week. And the nice thing of that is it encourages people to keep the app on their phone and to check it. It's also very nice when that message comes through, like, ooh, I've got cash again. And then to use it repetitively to spend. So it doesn't have to be a lot of money, it can be for sweets or so on, but it's just that constant reminder. Then we have our Bitcoin meetups, which would be a relatively normal Bitcoin meetup, but then we also have Bitcoin parties. That is... Thank you. So, it turns out people prefer parties. It's just easier. So just hand out free beer, people will come. We've also had a couple of spit fries where we roast like a whole sheep. Basically, it's a rotisserie sheep, if that makes sense, lamb. It's very popular. And the locals now start expecting it. And one of the reasons why we introduced it is when people hear Bitcoin, they usually have to listen to a 3-hour inflation conversation. And normal people are not that interested in economics, but they really care about ice cold beer. So the positive association that this creates, like you cannot overestimate the importance of just complete Bitcoin branding without saying a word about Bitcoin. This year, I had an 18-year-old come to me asking, because so in summer holidays, we usually have these parties, and an 18-year-old came to me and she said, when is the Bitcoin party this year? So I think positive or negative, but I have a whole ecosystem sign up to get a circular economy going. That's not the case. You need one person, just one. Okay, so you yourself have learned about Bitcoin if you can just convince. The origin on the board there from De Vries, that's why the entire world think Bitcoin is bad for the environment. Every single newspaper article you have ever read about Bitcoin being bad for the environment started with one article, 2018 De Vries, DG economist. It's going to take decades to convince the world that Bitcoin is actually good for the environment. Because one guy wrote an article. So never ever feel that you want to convince one person. Why is circular economy important? People need something to point at. Okay, we're going to carry on through it. We're going to struggle through it. It's okay. Okay, we're going with it. Thank you for your utter patience. This is wonderful. Good crowd. Thank you for that. Wow, scatterbrain Ellie. So people need something to point at. So this is the coolest thing in the world is when people on YouTube, like they have all these speeches and they're like, what is the use case? And I'm literally just used it 3 times this morning. Like, it's the funniest thing when people tell me Bitcoin has no use case. I'm like, have you done your research? So, So how do you do this? How do you get started? This is just tips of what worked for us. Okay, so get a logo and hold on to it for dear life. There at the bottom, I've got the Bitcoin Witson on the bakkie with a cute little dog. Stickers, get t-shirts, get hoodies, get keychains, get everything. Print booklets. If you can, make banners and put them up. So this is all out. Okay, you have to go 100% convinced that this is what you are selling. And the reason for that is that most people aren't conceptual thinkers. Most people aren't even critical thinkers. They just like the touchy-feely stuff of what they can see in real life. And if they can't see it in real life, it's not real. And something as simple as a sticker that says Bitcoin accepted here makes it real. So you can't do too much branding. It's really not possible. Just choose one logo and stick with that one logo for recognition. With that in mind, something you will need is conviction, like 100% conviction. So the post I chose of Cynthia Loomis there, if you just have a look at Dave Troy's reply, there will be backlash. There is no ways that you're going to do we couldn't start a circular economy without backlash. Don't like change. They are biologically programmed to resist it. So it's nothing personal. Don't worry about it. It's just going to happen. Just make sure you know why you're doing it. And don't worry too much because, as a wise man once told me, if somebody tells you, I hate Bitcoin, that's a good sign. That's a great sign. Because it means that they have an opinion about Bitcoin. So they already have some sort of emotional connection with it. They've heard about it. They're expressing interest in it. The fact that they hate it is besides the point. At least they know about it. That's very good awareness. Whole leadership. So the point of whole leadership is that we all have an empty space inside of us that can only be filled by other people. Because our personalities are so extremely different, I will have strengths and weaknesses, and the person next to me will have strengths and weaknesses. And if you want to build a circular economy, I really think it's a good idea to team up with somebody who's not like you. In all likelihood, that means you have to find yourself an extrovert. And the reason for that is because they did a study, and it turns out most Bitcoiners are introverts. I think that's hilarious, but maybe the joke is lost. So the started Bitcoin Witson with me. We are a community. We did it together. It actually takes a hell of a lot of people. It takes a village to raise a child. But he's very much a computer programmer personality. And I think sometimes you just need the opposite as well, that can just bring a little bit of the more creative people side to it. I don't understand the technology behind it at all, but I don't have to understand the technology because it works. It's sort of like a microwave or an aeroplane. So what worked for us? Here we go, systems thinking. So the next couple of slides is just what I put together of like, okay, if I had to think back of what on earth did we do if I wanted to go to a town and replicate this. Now, I'm not saying this is foolproof. I'm just saying it sort of worked. So systems thinking, I would suggest you design your ideal life that you want to live, wherever you want to live ideal life. That could mean you go for a walk on the beach in the mornings, then you go have your coffee, you go to the gym, you go buy your groceries, you go read a book in the library. I don't know what your ideal life is. Mine would look pretty much like that. Do your shopping. If you can follow that pattern consistently, you will automatically start building connections because that's how life works. If there's the same waitress serving you your coffee every single morning, you will get to know her. If you go to the gym every single day, you will get to know the receptionist. If you go to the grocery store to the same till every single day, it's a matter of time until they start recognizing you. I'm not suggesting you throw Bitcoin at them, but if you maybe want to wear a hoodie that says hard money is better, go for it. They will get to know you and you will start building relationships. So this is what I saw happen in Witson. From someone who did not grow up in the town, getting to know people who live in the town by just consistently following their system. That MBWA that I've got there, I find it hilarious, but in leadership books, this is an official management style. It is the MBWA management style, and I can highly recommend it if you want to get people to adopt Bitcoin. It's called managing by walking around. Right, the power of one. I have touched this, but you have to identify your target market. And with that, I mean you have to identify your target. Choose one person and follow Pareto 80-20. Spend 80% of your time explaining Bitcoin fundamentals, explaining your own life, using your own stories on that one. I don't think it's necessary. I don't think you're going to score by spending your time to the entire world. Because not enough time to build rapport and build trust and build a relationship. Whereas if you find one business that you think might be interested in using Bitcoin, spend 80% of your time chatting to that business, I think you have a much bigger chance of convincing one. And that's all you need, is one. The reason why I feel you only need one is it breaks down the psychological barrier once there is a shop accepting Bitcoin. So the reputational risk that I experienced of being the first shop accepting Bitcoin was that people came to me and they, just because it's like, why? Why would you go and do this? Why would you change? So it is very, very hard to be the first person, and I think that's why it's a good idea to spend so much time just on the first one. Once you have the first one, it's somehow more normal for the second guy to come on board and say, yes, we also do it. Right, messaging fundamentals. I don't want you to, like, as soon as people hear about Bitcoin, they want to talk about crypto, and Bitcoin is not crypto. And very important basic message that you have to explain in detail to everyone. If it's not Bitcoin, it's shitcoin. Okay, I hope I don't have a lot of crypto fans in the room. Like, please let me know. The fastest explanation I use, Bitcoin is not crypto, is that Bitcoin was first, Bitcoin created the technology, Bitcoin does not have a CEO or board of directors. It's fantastic technology, so everybody copied it. But everybody who copied it, directors and a CEO and a marketing department, and automatically they have to make money to fund that. So even though those plans could be very interesting, it is not Bitcoin and it will never be Bitcoin. If you can convey the message that people should expect volatility, it goes up and it goes down, and if you program this into the teachings, it makes receiving the down much easier. So we started accepting Bitcoin for Christmas dinner 2021, and a couple of months later, the person came to me and said, "Did you see the price? Like, I'm so sorry, I hope this doesn't put you off." And I was like, "What are you talking about? You told me it's going to go up and down, it doesn't matter." So if you can just teach that before somebody has Bitcoin, it actually helps a lot. Also, the definition of productivity is quite important for me. How do you know if you've had a productive day? You wake up with a certain amount of sats, and you go to bed with more. Then you were productive. And there is no volatility in stacking sats. So for everybody so concerned about volatility, just look at the stats number, it stays the same. Don't worry about the price in rand or dollar terms, be productive. Go to bed with more Bitcoin. We price everything in local currency, and we use Blink, but then we also have fantastic little point-of-sale machines that was sponsored, but all you need is really Blink. So we keep it in rand terms, and Blink does the math for us. So it's not. I don't think it'll happen soon, just because I don't think governments will let go so easy. But that's a philosophical conversation that we can have for hours and hours and hours afterwards. Bitcoin Witsand internally have not decided how we feel about that. But in the meantime, I don't think it's a barrier, because when it happens, it'll happen so automatically and so quickly that I don't feel it's necessary to teach people on it. So the messaging show, don't tell. So I'd really try and encourage people to download Blink and just use it. Like, you don't have to understand it, it's fine, it's just money, just use it. I don't know about a microwave, but I still use it because it works. Once you start using it and they understand how, then the fact that it's scarce becomes an important concept to convey because it's limited. I mean, this is like the pizza discussion all over again. I had such a laugh when the blonde lady on X said, but how can you, if you divide it into 100 million, how can it be scarce? So, okay, so do not think people know basic math. I mean, like, just teach them fractions. And it's a superior technology, so this is really cool. Are you too late for Bitcoin? I love this question, it's like my sister, but I think I'm too late for Bitcoin. You're never too late for Bitcoin. It's like asking, are you too late for cars? No. What, do you want to take your horse? No, you're not too late for Bitcoin. Is it okay if I use a cell phone? Must I use landline? No, it's not too late. New technology, superior technology takes over. You can't be too late for technology. Put your money where your mouth is. So what worked for us? I really think this is something that could be replicated. I'd love for someone to try and come back to me and let me know if it worked. It's our enterprise funding model. So the enterprise funding model stems off the one is all you need concept. So if you only need one shop to sign up, as an example, once you've built a relationship with that shopkeeper, with the people at that shop, you'll very quickly realize that entrepreneurs are just trying to survive on a day-to-day basis. They're trying to earn enough for now. Saving is for rich people. Okay, entrepreneurs just want to get through the month and pay their bills. So a big concern for new shops is, what do I do with my Bitcoin at the end of the month? Like, I don't want Bitcoin, I want rands because I have to service my loan. Or I have to pay for my kids' school, whatever the story might be. The enterprise funding model fixes this. So in the basics of it would be that you hand out a loan, you speak to the company, saying this is like a blanket for everyone. This is a one-on-one, the person trusts you, you trust the person. Obviously, you have to put your own money where your mouth is, so you don't have to go that big. It can be a small thing, but let's say it's the local gym example. You can then start discussing how you could improve this gym by, for example, getting a new treadmill, which would cost a hypothetical amount of money. I'm going for 10,000 Rand. You loan them 10,000 Rand of your own money if they are willing to accept your membership fees in Bitcoin. Because you're going there in any case. So the system is designed around create your ideal life. So you're not trying to do something you never wanted to do. You're living the life that is ideal for you. You're in any case going to go to the gym and pay membership fees. If you make a loan for them in Bitcoin for them to improve their business, you can repay that loan with your own membership fees in Bitcoin, which gives them a reason to accept Bitcoin because they get the capital up front, and it gives them something to do with their Bitcoin at the end of the month, which is repay the loan. Obviously, normal contract rules will be quite important. You have to repay the loan in Bitcoin. There must be time frames involved in how quickly or not quickly to pay it. Place would be your own money. I think it is a model that could be replicated. I think it could work. We have used it in Vitsant. We've seen good results. I could think of, if I had to go somewhere where I haven't been and try and start a circular economy, this is what I would do. Is create your ideal life, get people to trust you, brand the entire place Bitcoin, and eventually start a relationship where you say, would you like to improve your own business? Because I'm spending my money here in any case. I'd like to change to spending Bitcoin. You guys are dead quiet. Is this still like... Okay, wow. Oh, hundreds, yes. Skepticism. Why on earth do you want to give me money? Not yet. We haven't had one not work yet. It's bound to happen. You know, at some point somebody's going to take a loan and it won't be able to be repaid. But this is not... I'm talking about a micro scale. So small community, I know you, you know me, my mom knows your mom. If you don't repay me, there's going to be hassles. You know, it gets weird. I would also make the time frame very, very long, because what I saw with us is that our restaurant signed up in 2021. There was another shop, and then it went very quiet for about a year before the official second shop came on board. So you can't give a loan for 3 months and after 3 months give up. You make a nice 2-3 year timeline, because you will need time to implement it. You will need time. Once the first person is in, people start checking it out. And then you just need Bitcoin to do its Bitcoin thing. The 4-year cycle kicks in at some point. The value of the first shop's income goes up, and it gets easier. My husband actually paid for a boat service in Bitcoin. It was 2,400 Rand for the oil change. The mechanic was very apprehensive, but he's like, okay, I see all of this Bitcoin stuff. I don't really know how, but okay, let's try. Download me the wallet, pay me in Bitcoin. And that's now such a fun example with all of the friends, because that oil change now costs like 10,000 Rand. So all his friends are like, oh, it's a very nice pub story. A little bit of a housekeeping. Create a WhatsApp group, it just works. Once you onboard the shop, there will be more people joining, they will like it. Training of staff. So once you get a business to accept Bitcoin, do not expect the business to train their staff on Bitcoin. It's not going to happen. Okay, I'm a very keen Bitcoiner. I did not train my staff on Bitcoin. Take responsibility for the training of the staff, because people will ask them, what is Bitcoin? And they need an answer. Spending frequency. We recommend that you spend a little bit of sats at your shops very often, rather than just like a massive amount of Bitcoin once a month, because that repetition makes it keeps, so that people keep the app on their phone. Constant information sharing, things happen, spread it around, let people know, share it on WhatsApp. Reach out and invite. Once we started this, people spoke up and said, hey, but we're trying this next door and we didn't know you're doing it. And we're like, well, we didn't know you're doing it. I mean, we met Bitcoin Akazi this way. So reach out, put it on maps, find out who's close to you, and meet up with them. Face-to-face is fantastic. My last slide here, in conclusion, spiraling out. So it took a lot of time to become normal to spend in Bitcoin. Not for the individuals, but for the town. So the town is still, they're slightly less apprehensive now than what they were in the beginning, because they see it everywhere. I mean, they go buy their groceries, they stand in the queue, and the person in front says, can I pay in Bitcoin? Yes, you pay in Bitcoin, you carry on with your life. So the tannie achter jou, the auntie behind you, she sees this thing, eventually she mellows into it, but it does take a lot of time to convince people. The nice thing is, the light at the end of the tunnel is, if you are that place that people can point to, it's like magic starts to happen. It's exponential math, it's not magic, but I mean, it is like magic. We had a guy phone us a week ago. He said, I was speaking to a student of my school. Well, my child goes to school. I was speaking to the principal of the school. The principal told me what you guys are doing in Witstrand. So apparently this principal came for holiday in Witstrand and saw this Bitcoin thing happen, saw all the branding everywhere, saw everyone paying in Bitcoin. And this person phoned and said, I phoned the restaurant that accepts Bitcoin. They gave me your number. I want to do this Bitcoin thing. How do I do it? And it's like, it sounds very casual, but it turns out this guy from Durban has 6 shops. And suddenly, it's like a Bitcoin Durban popping up. So it's the power of one, guys. Good luck, and thank you very much for your time. If you have any questions, I'm here. Hello. So banking the unbanked and not understanding inflation is definitely a challenge. And together with that challenge is just the So I'll answer your question now, but you actually reminded me of something else. Is now all our waiters get tipped in Bitcoin. And it's complicated and difficult for them because the phone space, yes, they have smartphones, but the phone space is not big enough for the Blink app. And even if they have the Blink app, it keeps on updating price, so it chows through data. So it's actually it's not the easiest thing in the world to just have Blink and have data and use it. So that's also a challenge, just while I'm thinking about your question. The pricing is, especially if it's a round number like 100, it is a little bit complicated when the price falls to 95 Rand because every little bit makes a difference. Because it stacks up. So depending on how you approach it, we have a Friday giveaway where everybody gets a little bit, so then it doesn't matter that it fell a little bit because you're getting a little bit more. Trying to think out. It was a big stumbling block for us. We struggled with this, especially when the price is going down. You know, it's a very easy thing to answer when the price is going up, but when the price is going down, it is difficult. We're still dealing with it.
That's human nature, you know. If it goes up, everyone's happy. If it goes down, it doesn't. So one of the stumbling blocks that we've come across, or that we're trying to solve, is that when someone gets paid 100 Rand, that they've got 100 Rand, that there's an underlying backing which supports that. Have you had that kind of restriction from people saying, rather pay me in unbanked Bitcoin Lightning, but I want it in I want the Rand's denomination? Have you?
All right, so some of the ways we use to address it is the grocery store does cashback. So if you get 100 Rands worth of Bitcoin today, you can go to the grocery store and swap it over for cash if you want to. So that's your own prerogative. You still get paid in Bitcoin, you accept the Bitcoin. If you want, you must go to the grocery store, you sell your Bitcoin again, you get the money, the cash. So that's one way to make it more feel more like money. And then the risk, you know that you can do that, so you feel less intimidated by the risk. I don't have a good question. I don't know if else has a, Josh, if you can. Yes, please.
Have you used Link before? I've got 20 different wallets, so I've tried to see what everyone's doing.
Okay, but
Link I do have, yes. US dollar and Lightning.
Awesome. So I mean, the one thing that's nice for like the unbanked, so the people who can't stomach the volatility, is obviously the fact that you can convert it to dollars, which is nice. So I mean, what always gives me like goosebumps on that is that there's no real need for the Rand anymore in that sense, right? So because the dollar's got less volatility than the Rand even. So if someone is the poorest of the poor who can't stomach the volatility, we would in our community would teach them how to convert to dollars if they needed to avoid that, like the difference in that changing of the purchasing power over a short period of time. That comes in very powerfully, especially with the staff, because often the staff are the people who are out of Africa, who are the people who are sending money to their loved ones all over the world. And up until Bitcoin, to do that was impossible, and you get like, I don't know what's the right word, you get done in all the way, you know, so you lose all the way. Now, like you show them how powerful it is to send money for free, and you can cut out the volatility if you want to keep it in dollars as opposed to Rands. You send that money for free, and then what we tell them is like, listen, teach the people where you're sending the Bitcoin, because they always like asking, what does my mother do with it when I send her the Bitcoin? I'm like, it's all about education. Go to your local shops and teach them what Bitcoin is, why Bitcoin is better money, harder money. And like in that way it helps their community even on a bigger scale. I know, like I've learned from Bitcoin Vitsand where they say if you want to help your community, accept Bitcoin. If you want to help yourself, study Bitcoin, right? So just by accepting Bitcoin, you spreading that as well, and you're helping them. You're taking the power away from the people that's taking like all the fees in the middle, because it's not necessary anymore. Other thing that's powerful in that is they see this is a vehicle that they can actually save. So yes, they can't stomach the volatility, but let's say they do get paid 100 Rand salary, they might be able to save 10 Rand of that. Now in the fiat world, it doesn't make sense to keep the fiat, because in a week from now it's worth less, right? So suddenly if you teach them about how the money system is broken, and they realize, okay, now that portion that I could save before, I can keep, but I have a way to actually save. Where before, I mean, you need hundreds of thousands of Rands to but it also gives them like, you know, so it takes complete risk off their table. I will really take the Bitcoin back. I'd love to take it back, but they never give it back because they want it. And once you feel that, once you experience it, like you've never experienced anything like that as well. Like there's lots of shops when you pay them a little bit of Bitcoin and you see them in 6 months or 12 months, obviously depending on the cycle, but they open their wallet and they can't believe like, wow, I've forgotten about this 200 rand that you spent there. And suddenly it's like worth 800 bucks. Look, if it goes down, it's probably better for them that it goes down because you can teach them like about the volatility. But anyway, sorry.
Thank you very much, Josh. So Josh is busy creating Bitcoin de Rust. Bitcoin Karoo. Oh, lekker. Lekker kalam chopsie. I'll get to you now. While Josh was speaking, it reminded me, like when I climb into an Uber and I start chatting to the guy about Bitcoin and I'm going to tip him in Bitcoin, that kind of thing. What I say is it goes up and it goes down, but long term it always goes up. So I try and say, yes, it goes up and it goes down. Long term it will go up. And then the second thing is that the transaction fees are so much less. So the unbanked will know that sending money internationally is expensive. So you can say it might go down with 2 rand, but if you send it to the Congo, it's fine. It won't cost you anything. So that's usually like a sweetener, depending on what it is you're trying to achieve. Yes?
That's a very important first step. And how do I pay my friend? When I pay him 100 rand, he gets 100 rand, not 99 rand 50 because someone's taken transaction. So I just to get from the conference.
But can I, sorry.
Yes, please.
So just, I think what you're really alluding to, and this is what I believe is essential for circular economies to scale. And there are moves afoot, and I'm not an expert in Lightning, but the problem in Lightning, for Lightning to be a ubiquitous payment method, is it needs to be backed by some kind of treasury. But somebody needs to come up with a treasury model, which is what you're doing if you're saying you're buying the Bitcoin, because you are then acting as a treasury. And the treasury, what's the purpose of a treasury? Is to control the money supply. Now, we don't want to centralize it, but we have to be realistic. I don't believe we can have this idealistic idea of, oh, it's wonderfully decentralized and it's going to remain that. Because we want that large-scale adoption and get circular economies to explode. We have to find a way to deal with it. So I think unfortunately, this is the problem I see with the Lightning development, the kind of people making the big Lightning development projects, is they are not really thinking deep about this problem. Because their reality is very different. It's not about paying sats for something where there is that devaluation that could happen immediately and it really hurts you. So I believe for circular economies to become really much bigger, somebody, and I think South Africa is such a breeding ground for that concept, and I wish somebody would actually take a step forward and say, because I think if you bring clear charter and all of these different wallets can integrate with it, and you can have a volatility offset mechanism that is linked to the price,
So,
you can find a way to solve this problem really.
so something that I remind myself of often is that human beings were first and economy second. So human beings interacting and learning to trust each other is the fundamental. And then the economy came and central reserves and blah, 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 blah. So if we're in a small circular economy and the guy says he will buy back your Bitcoin, that's good enough. It doesn't have to be institutionalized. The money is hard. You don't have to, like, it's hard already. Maybe I'm missing the...
Yeah, I'm just saying if you wanted to jump to the next town and jump to the next town and jump to the next town a lot quicker, I think your ramp-up time, the problem, that if we want to really talk about adoption, your ramp-up time, you do fantastic work. We needed to get on an exponential curve. And how do we scale what you do, which is essentially driving adoption, education, but taking this elephant in the room out the way that is like, my rands should be my rands,
So the risk to what you are suggesting is that people think, and they legit think, Bitcoin Witsand is a business. They think Bitcoin Witsand is trying to profiteer off them. They do not see why on earth anybody would do this for free. It does not make any sense. And as soon as you start selling something, the other people in the community say, but he's just trying to sell you something. So that's a little bit tricky. I just wanted, there was a hand right at the back. Yes, please. Do you want the mic?
Because SARS doesn't see Bitcoin as a currency. It's a financial asset, I think. I'm not an expert in tax systems, but as far as I know, you can have a possible tax liability every single time you sell Bitcoin. Also, when you buy it, I'm also kind of curious just in how Pick n Pay is set up, because I think under certain circumstances it can be classified in a different way. But yeah, what do you guys do? What do the businesses do who sell a Bitcoin and then later report it? Buy something with that again, that could be a taxable event where you have to pay income tax, capital gains tax.
So because we are so vocal and public about everything, we make sure to cross the T's and dot the I's, pay the VAT, income tax, record everything. So Pick n Pay will be able to give you a well-educated, very good answer. My short answer is we just went onto our point of... And
you accept Bitcoin, and you take that same Bitcoin later, you buy something, and the price has risen 30%, you actually can be liable for a 30% capital gains.
so I think what you're saying is 100% true. But in a circular economy like Witsand, we're speaking small numbers. So eventually 50 Rand. So one day, when we are millionaires in Witsand, I'm sure it'll become a problem. But at this point, practically, we all just work on Blink and we spend on Blink. Yes. The Blink one. Okay. The Blink one. Okay. We can test it later and I'll pay for the conversion fee. Hello.
So I've been on holiday to Witsand many times, and it isn't the place that I would have predicted would be like a fertile ground for Bitcoin adoption.
Is it because the average age is 85?
So I'm just wondering if there are things that you've been able to identify that are unique or sort of about Witsands that are not to do with, say, you, or I mean, like, say, it could be that I know it's a big kite surfing place, so maybe there are a lot of foreigners coming to Witsands that knew about Bitcoin, or like, you know, sort of things that were, as I say, unique to sort of Witsands, maybe that.
Okay, it's an interesting question, and I think it's a good question. You know, it's fun to take the credit, but realistically, I think a big part of the success is that it is tiny. So it's easier to spread communication. Social messaging, somebody spending in Bitcoin saying he spent in Bitcoin and then message going around, because it's so small, it goes around much faster. So that makes a difference. The other thing is, because it's a holiday town, it's more interesting to go and visit Bitcoin. You know, if I try to start a Bitcoin circular economy in the middle of the Joburg CBD, fishing or kite surfing or anything you're interested in, really, take some nice photos, it's just more fun to come and visit. I mean, I think there's people coming back for the second year this year. Probably. So, same with our, yes, exactly the same. The fact that it's a holiday town makes it easier. But I think that is like a little bit of marketing as well. So you can always find a reason why you can make it look attractive to people. Yes, Caroline, please help answer. Yeah, that happens. So, education and awareness. Thank you very much, everyone. Cheers. Notice that I
Yeah, 1, 2, 2. Mic this, the 1, 2. Sorry, sorry, blessing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Hello. Sorry. Hello. Shall we all take our seats? Now you can take your seats, then we are going to the next program.
As an alternative currency, as an alternative currency, because of our currency, the inflation. We are going to see that in my presentation, but people don't know that they need the alternative currency. That's why we are trying to educate people and to convince them to use the alternative issue. Next. Okay, first of all, let me start with my journey in Bitcoin space because I think it is where everything starts. I started to get involved in Bitcoin space, in tech space in general, in 2017, because normally my background is economist. It was in 2017, after my high school. This is where I discovered that I have a love of tech and everything which is related to digital. This is where I started to share some knowledges, how to set a Facebook account, how to share things on the internet, because it was like a passion for me. And I thought that I can share some knowledges about internet with my people. And in 2019, I founded an NGO called Free Tech Institute. It is an NGO which is working even now with around 10 people working in the NGO. And we are educating people how to use digital. It is like a digital education in general. We even have a computer center when people come and we teach them for free of charge how to use computer and everything. And in 2020 is when I discovered Bitcoin, but together with other crypto, shitcoin. That's when I started to write some articles about Bitcoin, but also about other shitcoin. I mean, crypto world in general. It was in 2020. And while running Free Tech Institute, we have yes, some partners such as Atlas Network, and sometimes Atlas Network organize conferences around the world. One of the conferences that it organized was Africa Liberty Forum, which was organized here in this city, Cape Town. It was in 2023. And at that time, I can say that it was the time that I put my first leg in Bitcoin space, because it is there when I met Hermann, and Hermann introduced me about Bitcoin word. And I had a chance to be invited in adopting Bitcoin last year, 2024. It was in January. I can say that was my second leg in Bitcoin space. And during the conference, next slide. During the conference, I had an opportunity to meet new people, but also to meet different experiences, testimonies of different people who were sharing their story, how they are teaching Bitcoin, how they are helping people to adopt Bitcoin without problem, but also the communities. We had an opportunity to visit Bitcoin Ekasi and the visit that we were seeing here, and I had an opportunity to see how people was like involved in Bitcoin and what they say about Bitcoin, and all of these experiences guided me to think more about Bitcoin and my country. That's when we started running some of programs, Bitcoin programs, such as Trezor Academy, in Free Tech Institute, and also some articles and some content about Bitcoin. But after the conferences, while I was home, I had a time to think more deep about my country, about the population of my country, but also about Bitcoin. And I made some researches, and I discovered that in our country, there are a high inflation, the devaluation of our money. For instance, last year, 2024, the annual inflation rate reached, 28%. And it is driven by the significant increases in food prices. The other thing that I discovered, we found that Bitcoin can at least. That's how, and my team, we thought, what if we start, like, before we was working in Free Tech Institute with other programs, as I told you, but also with some Bitcoin program. But I said 100% Bitcoin. We found that that was the way to run Bitcoin program and to get people involved in program. And we find that surely it is a circular economy, but which is built on education. Tega, it is in the center we were learning. This was involved in his job is only to teach the word of it in Bitcoin. Now he is a Bitcoiner. And the other program is that we have assistance channel. It is a number that we set when you can ask everything about Bitcoin. It's just a number. We can even try it. And there is someone who is always there to answer to any question about Bitcoin. Anyone can ask question in English, in French, or in Kirundi. Any question about Bitcoin, the high story, anything, reality. And anyone can be answered in real time. Because we discovered that why organizing meetup with some questions, and we set that number for that, but also for other people who can need to ask anything about Bitcoin, that is the number. And it is not AI. Why think of something which is natural, which gives a natural answer. That's why we thought about someone who is a human. And we are also building a digital platform when we teach people about Bitcoin. It will be an LMS course when people will go and learn about Bitcoin. We are starting with French because now there's no official platform where you can learn Bitcoin in French. We are starting with French, but when we be done with French, we are going to start with Kirundi. Kirundi, I mean our local language. We are also onboarding 100%, and there are also a certain percentage of people who are working in Free Tech Institute, a certain percentage, around 1,000, which is in Bitcoin. So those people have to spend Bitcoin. If they want, they can stack, but also they want Academy, Bitcoin Nekasi, Machankura, Mi Prime, and Plan B. We've been able around 300 people who participate in our meetup and workshops, and we certified around 150 people. We've already onboarded 3 merchants who now are accepting Bitcoin. And yeah, we built a community, one Bitcoin community in Burundi. If you have any question and any comment about our initiative, they are welcome. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. The first challenge that we faced is that normally merchants, the way they think is that their money is for circulating. They don't want to stack money. That's why they say, suppose that they are selling mics, they say, if I say I am selling 1 mic or 2 mic, I have to go back to the wholesaler and take other mics. But if it is Bitcoin, sometimes it is hard for the money to stay circulating. Or another time they can say, when I have money in Bitcoin, some at, let's say, 8, because they want their money to continue circulating. But when it is Bitcoin, it is somehow hard. I understand, I doubt that Bitcoin is not safe. That was another challenge. But the first one is that one I started with. Yeah. So we recently launched a program. We recently launched a program which helped them to Bitcoin, and we give them some SAT. But they are also, we are also trying to help some students to launch some Bitcoin initiative, because in our country now we have only 2 initiatives. Bitcoin initiative. I mean, Free Tech Institute and BTC Schule. But we want more and more initiative. I think, for instance, we need a Burundian wallet, Bitcoin wallet, for instance. There's someone who is trying to work on that, but he's not very good. But he's trying. I think the first step is to start. We are also trying to help some who want to launch educational programs, even if now they are still, they don't see how to apply all of those, but we are trying to coach them so that they can start something. Yeah. So if there is no other question, thank you very much for your time. Okay, thank you.
I call this home, this is my country. This place needs something, and something has to happen to turn this place around. I see Bitcoin as one way to effect that change.
My favorite quote of all time from Andreas Antonopoulos, which is Bitcoin isn't about banking the unbanked. It's about unbanking us all.
Are you here to become rich, or are you here to become free? Solve our problems, but for us to take our own destinies in our own hands.
It's about time that we show the world what we want Africa to look like, and not wait for the world to show us what
to skill. Time has betrayed your oath, or will be revealed.
I call this home, this is my country. This place needs something, and something has to happen to turn this place around. I see Bitcoin as one way to effect that change.
My favorite quote of all time from Andreas Antonopoulos, which is Bitcoin isn't about banking the unbanked. It's about unbanking us all.
Are you here to become rich? Or are you
I
here
call
to
this
become
home,
free?
this is my country. This place needs something, and something has to happen to turn this place around. I see Bitcoin as one way to effect that change.
Bitcoin represented an opportunity
My favorite
for us
quote
to start
of all
building
time from
ourselves,
Andreas
not
Antonopoulos,
to wait for the
which is
state to solve
Bitcoin
our
isn't
problems,
about
but for us
banking
to take our
the
own destinies in our own
unbanked. It's
hands.
about unbanking us all.
Are you here to
It's
become
about
rich?
time that we show the
Or are
world
you here to become
what
free?
we want Africa to look like, and not wait for the world to show us what Africa needs to look like.
I strongly believe that Africa is where Bitcoin has come to skill. Time has
Bitcoin
betrayed your
represented an
elders. What
opportunity
was
for
once
us to
seen
start
as
building
pure is now seen
ourselves,
as flawed. But
not
I
to
am
wait for
here
the
now,
state to solve
and
our
all will
problems,
be
but for
revealed.
us to take our own destinies in our own hands.
Revealed.
It's about time that we show the world.
I strongly believe as pure is revealed.
I see Bitcoin as one way to effect that change.
All time from
Or are you here to become Bitcoin represented an opportunity for us to start building ourselves, not to wait for the
It's about time that we show the world what we want Africa to look like, and not wait for the world to show us what Africa needs to look like.
I strongly believe that Africa is where Bitcoin has come to skill. Time has betrayed your elders. What was once seen as pure is now seen as flawed. But I am here now, and all will be revealed. All will be revealed.
I call this home, this is my country. This place needs something, and something has to happen to turn this place around. I see Bitcoin as one way to effect that change.
my favorite quote of all time from Andreas Antonopoulos, which is Bitcoin isn't about banking the unbanked. It's about unbanking us all.
Are you here to become rich, or are you here to become free? Bitcoin represented an opportunity for us to start building ourselves, not to wait for the state to solve our problems, but for us to take our own destinies in our own hands.
It's about time that we show the world what we want Africa to look like, and not wait for the world to show us what Africa needs to look like.
I strongly believe that Africa is where Bitcoin has come to scale. Time has betrayed your elders. What was once seen as pure is now seen as flawed, but I am here now, and all will be revealed. All will be revealed.
I call this home, this is my country. This place needs something, and something has to happen to turn this place around. I see Bitcoin as one way to effect that change.
My favorite quote of all time from Andreas Antonopoulos, which is Bitcoin isn't about banking the unbanked. It's about unbanking us all.
Are you here to become rich, or are you here to become free? Bitcoin represented an opportunity for us to start building ourselves, not to wait for the state to solve our problems, but for us to take our own destinies in our own hands.
It's about time that we show the world what we want Africa to look like, and not wait for the world to show us what Africa needs to look like.
I strongly believe that Africa is where Bitcoin has come to scale. Time has betrayed your elders. What was once seen as pure is now seen as flawed, but I am here now, and all will be revealed. All will be revealed.
I call this home, this is my country. This place needs something, and something has to happen to turn this place around. I see Bitcoin as one way to effect that change.
My favorite quote of all time from Andreas Antonopoulos, which is Bitcoin isn't about banking the unbanked. It's about unbanking us all.
Are you here to become rich, or are you here to become free? Bitcoin represented an opportunity for us to start building ourselves, not to wait for the state to solve our problems, but for us to take our own destinies in our own hands.
It's about time that we show the world what we want Africa to look like, and not wait for the world to show us what Africa needs to look like.
I strongly believe that Africa is where Bitcoin has come to scale. Time has betrayed your elders. What was once seen as pure is now seen as flawed, but I am here now, and all will be revealed. All will be revealed.
I call this home, this is my country. This place needs something, and something has to happen to turn this place around. I see Bitcoin as one way to effect that change.
My favorite quote of all time from Andreas Antonopoulos, which is Bitcoin isn't about banking the unbanked. It's about unbanking us all.
Are you here to become rich, or are you here to become free? To solve our problems.
It's about time that we show the world what we want Africa to look like, and not wait for the world to show us what Africa needs to look like.
I strongly believe that Africa is where Bitcoin has come to scale. Time has betrayed your elders. What was once seen as pure is now seen as flawed, but I am here now, and all will be revealed. All will be revealed.
I call this home, this is my country. This place needs something, and something has to happen to turn this place around. I see Bitcoin as one way to effect that change.
My favorite quote of all time from Andreas Antonopoulos, which is Bitcoin isn't about banking the unbanked. It's about unbanking us all.
Are you here to become rich, or are you here to become free? Bitcoin represented an opportunity for us to start building ourselves, not to wait for the state to solve our problems, but for us to take our own destinies in our own hands.
It's about time that we show the world what we want Africa to look like, and not wait for the world to show us what Africa needs to look like.
I strongly believe that Africa is where Bitcoin has come to skill. Time has betrayed your elders. What was once seen as pure is now seen as flawed, but I am here now, and all will be revealed. All will be revealed.
I call this home, this is my country. This place needs something, and something has to happen to turn this place around. I see Bitcoin as one way to effect that change.
My favorite quote of all time from Andreas Antonopoulos, which is Bitcoin isn't about banking the unbanked. It's about unbanking us all.
Are you here to become rich, or are you here to become free? Bitcoin represented an opportunity for us to start building ourselves, not to wait for the state to solve our problems, but for us to take our own destinies in our own hands.
It's about time that we show the world what we want Africa to look like, and not wait for the world to show us what Africa needs to look like.
I strongly believe that Africa is where Bitcoin has come to skill. Time has betrayed your elders. What was once seen as pure is now seen as flawed, but I am here now, and all will be revealed. All will be revealed.
I call this home, this is my country. This place needs something, and something has to happen to turn this place around. I see Bitcoin as one way to effect that change.
My favorite quote of all time from Andreas Antonopoulos, which is Bitcoin isn't about banking the unbanked. It's about unbanking us all.
Are you here to
I was trying to give it time a little bit so that at least you have three. But Andreas did a classroom in 2013 with zero audience. You know, Andreas, Antonopoulos, and then here we are now. But I think I started a bit so that I don't. Yeah, for some reason my file won't load on PowerPoint, so you just have to scroll. All right. Excuse. It's not moving. Could it be because of it's not moving?
All right, good afternoon. So my name is Felix and founder of the Bitcoin education platform with a mission to create awareness through Bitcoin education, content creation, and community building. Yes, so yeah, that's me there. I know you're probably wondering how I found myself in this kind of situation. This was last year around July in Kenya, all right? But it's not just about me here in Kenya, but this is what it's been happening in Africa last year. We had so many protests, over 12, but we've had like a youth-led protest. So it's in Kenya, it was much popular because we had that hashtag. We were trying to kind of reject the finance bill that was proposed by the government, and it was kind of have punitive policies that were going to be imposed on us, right? So we were doing a protest with the hashtag reject the finance bill, right? But this is other countries that did protest. This is Uganda. We have Nigeria. It was a little bit smaller than the SARS. And then this is what is going on in Kenya right now. And of course, the unemployment rate is also so high. And we will continue to see this kind of situation. It doesn't end in this, maybe last year, it didn't end last year. It's going to continue. And why? So the society is broken. And a lot of people maybe they think that it's about the leaders that we have to choose. It's about the elections that we have to go. And because they don't understand what's the root problem of all this. Why are people all of a sudden protesting against a lot of things? There are a lot of protests, a lot of things that are happening, and people don't know why, right? People have gone to, so this, in the next slide, I'm going to like talk about the challenges, and the base of this, we could say the fiat system, all right? So although people have gone to school, all right, which it's education, we have a couple of people a lot of people actually who are holding degrees, a lot of people who are holding masters, a lot of people are holding very, very good credential papers of going to school, but even despite with all the education, we still have what's happening in this previous slide, right? So, and looking at this system, which is the fiat system, people have gone to school. These are some of the economic challenges that people are still facing. I don't know how many of you were in the film screening yesterday, but there's a lady, the lady was talking about the debt, the mobile money going to debt, and continuously she can't resist. She has to, like, she's addicted to that. Even though I remember at some point she said she talked to a pastor, and the pastor decided to lend her some money. But again, after being given the money and paying the debt, she went again to borrow. And people are trapped, and not just people, the youth, especially in African countries, are trapped here. And the loans that they are taking, they're not just taking those big loans that you go to the bank and you have to borrow and then maybe start a business, just very small loans. And actually, the guy doing the documentary mentioned if you accumulate all the debt that has been paid throughout the year, it's almost 200%. And that's what the youths of Africa right now are trapped to, and they don't know. We have these unregulated platforms, the apps, and you just borrow. You just set up an account. Sometimes they don't take a lot of time to verify who you are really, and maybe if you key in your ID, if you key in your just a few details, then you're able to borrow. And it's not a lot of money, or to be honest, that money you can't really do so much with it. It's just borrowing, going to buy food, and after buying food, they are waiting for you to pay with high interest rates, so low wages and high cost of living. So right now, in this age that we are, I mean, like for me, I'm 25 years, going 26, and there's no hope for me to kind of in this fiat system afford to buy a home. Maybe I can just patiently wait for Mr. Beast to donate one. But again, even if with the education that I've gone through, there's no hope. Like, even if I get a job, the money that you're getting paid, you can't really do so much with it, right? Limited employment opportunities, the same case, and stable currencies. You've seen what has happened with a few currencies. Malawi last year, the currency was devalued by 37% overnight. People are waking up, and things have changed, all right? The social problems, which are part of the slide 3 that I've shown, intergenerational inequality, all right? So the rich keep on getting richer, and the poor, they can't. Even we don't have the middle class nowadays. We just have the rich and the poor. protests and political unrests, people can't really seem to get it. People are hoping that maybe if we elect another leader, this is going to change, but it doesn't. Over the period of time, people are just, yeah? Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
But people in Switzerland are just experiencing the same
Yeah.
problem. So debt traps, low wages, and people nowadays cannot afford anymore to
Yeah.
buy their own home in Switzerland, etc., etc. So just to mention, because many people think, the people in the rich countries, they don't have such problems. They
Yeah.
have exactly the same problems.
Yeah, and it's a global problem. Yeah, and it's a global problem. And yeah, these people we can't really know, people can't really understand. For example, if I went through the education system that other people are just going through without Bitcoin, you can't seem to get where the problem is, all right? So barriers to entrepreneurship, maybe if you want to start something, even if now you've understood that you went to school and the solution might not be really getting an employment, maybe you opt out of that matrix and you think about now going to go for the entrepreneurship side. It's challenging. How do you go get a loan even for $100 or $200 or $300, depending with what business you want to start? You have to again try and tell those people or give something to show that you really deserve to get that loan, which is kind of also difficult, all right? When we have empowerment, from empowerment we have hope. And these are kind of layers that the fiat system we don't have. Though we have the fiat system, then we have education, which doesn't work anymore, and then we have people building on that system, and it doesn't seem to work. We have the Bitcoin network. From Bitcoin network, that's why I keep on saying that education is the leading indicator towards Bitcoin adoption. So people, and it doesn't just mean that when you're talking about education, it's all about, hey, what's Bitcoin? Education can come from different angles. Hey, it's empowerment. We are teaching people financial literacy. We are teaching people about education. We are teaching people about development. All those fields that people need to be educated about. It's not just about Bitcoin education. And once people learn about Bitcoin and then they come to that, moment, okay? So this is what I've been missing for all this period of time. And then there's hope. And that's why I keep on saying that Bitcoin is hope. And once people have the hope, then you have that financial, for the social side, financial literacy. With Bitcoin properties, we already understand it's a transparent network. And then we have breaking demographic barriers. In here, we have a couple of people from different communities or different parts of the world, all right? And talking about breaking the demographic barriers, we have so many projects within different types of, different countries. We have, for example, in Kenya, we have like more than 6 projects. In other countries, we have more than 2 projects. And that's breaking demographic barriers, and all people are doing this for the one goal, Bitcoin adoption, right? Financial solutions, of course, protection against inflation and currency instability, access to financial service, incentive for entrepreneurship. You just start to think about something, you put your project on Gazer, and a lot of people are donating all over the world, all right? So the core has 3 major programs: online Bitcoin education, which runs every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday from 8 to 9 p.m. East African time. And we use the Bitcoin Diploma by Mi Premier Bitcoin. So for those who know Mi Premier Bitcoin, that's the curriculum where we are using, and not just the core. A lot of projects around the world are using their curriculum. Community building, we do, when we started, we were doing like online graduations after people have gone through this online program. But then we thought, how can we build a community? How can we have that sense of community? So we started doing physical graduations, and also when we have the resources, we do monthly meetups, right? And then content creation, of course, we're in a social media era. Weekly quizzes, you'll see us post weekly quizzes and answers the following day on our social media. Infographics about Bitcoin. You'll see sometimes we talk about a certain topic or chapter on the Premier Bitcoin program to understand the reels. Also on TikTok, we do the reels, some short videos. So impact. If you are in any other country, in Kgothatso, we graduated actually enthusiastic to start a Bitcoin project, Zongho Palab. I want to shout out to HRF Palab, he's our IT, and now he started an education platform. Caroline, from cohort 2 to travel. You have Milford from cohort 3. The Milford started Yes Bitcoin Haiti after graduating. So I don't know how many of you know Yes Bitcoin Haiti. It's also an education program. The actual Destiny from Nigeria. And Milford now is a grantee for HRF and OpenSats. So it's kind of the ripple effect of Bitcoin education. So maybe through talking to him and see how he can maybe start something in education to educate people. But again, of course, we have to be careful on how they can go about it. This is Val, also a community leader at Yes Bitcoin Haiti, graduated at the same time with Milford, cohort 3. This is Martin from Nairobi. He now started Bitcoin Nairobi, a Bitcoin circular economy. And we have Joyce from Nigeria, is operation manager at Bitcoin Anambra. That's a project in Nigeria. So that's kind of ripple effect. I mean, when you educate people about Bitcoin, and if you go, you don't have to even tell them. So the idea, it's going to work. We'll quickly go over to the next slide. To the core. So teachers, every cohort, we reach out to people and tell, okay, just ask. We share the Bitcoin diploma curriculum, and we're like, okay, there are these 10 chapters. Which one are you comfortable to teach? And a lot of people have just come and supported, and they kind of just, okay, I'll teach chapter 3 and 4. I'll teach chapter 6 and 7. And we have a lot of, every cohort we have at least to the work of creating your educate. We also, and perhaps also Bitcoin and economics. If you're good with the so if you're good at Bitcoin, all the guys from Bitcoin philosophy. Yeah, so education resources, information, or the links later. Philosophy. Yeah, so education resources, information, or the links later in the next slide. You can join and share those links in that particular topic, threads, blogs. So we kind of find all these sections, Bitcoin and mining. Yeah, we also, what I've said on GitHub, it's all there. So yeah. And like I've said, from the the third slide, it was all posts about the protest and all things. We don't have to go physically on the streets to fight for that. Satoshi Nakamoto wrote us a code, which is Bitcoin. It has rules, and everybody can check the rules and verify those rules. So if we get as many people as possible to understand Bitcoin, we don't have to be physical about this thing. We have to just tell people, this is Bitcoin. It's different from the fiat system. To accept Bitcoin payments last year, I managed 16 of all that of my target, but I'm looking to continue that challenge. But then you realize it's very difficult to even convince a business to, even if they accept, immediately they accept Bitcoin, they are looking on a way to a ramp. So education part is very, very critical. Of all the merchants that have onboarded to accept Bitcoin, those who have gone through the course, they don't sell Bitcoin. Because they won't accept Bitcoin daily, maybe people who buy Bitcoin a very small number, they decide to keep their money in Bitcoin because even if they want to sell, it's not that much. It's not worth of selling if they have to. But at least with education, you see that somebody they have a reason to save some in Bitcoin. They know the whole process of, the whole idea of the properties of Bitcoin, they understand it. So again, you don't have to educate and just wait for the impact. Just having people to think, okay, I can run a Bitcoin education platform and help other people. Of all the numbers that I've joined, there are many more. In the previous cohort, we graduated 61 students. Out of them, we have Bitcoin Kaka starting. And a lot of people reach out, okay, how do I do? And that is all about Bitcoin education. It's not about having people to start using Bitcoin. It's just at least having, you wouldn't be a speaker at a conference with the knowledge of just sending and receiving Bitcoin. Yeah, so we want to transfer these opportunities to everybody. You wouldn't be called or travel around with that only knowledge. You need to, at least of all the developments that are happening on Bitcoin, the applications that are being built, Tando, Blink, all these things that you're seeing, all the developments are not because people knew how to send and receive Bitcoin. Some of them, they had to learn for years and realize the opportunities that are in Bitcoin with the knowledge. It's a knowledge-based system. It won't be easy for you with the shallow knowledge. So for them to even realize that this is an opportunity, they have to have at least a certain length of knowledge, depth of knowledge. Yeah. So I actually had a call with D++ maybe 4 weeks ago. And once you're done with the Bitcoin diploma, it's the very basic. It's a very basic. It's not so much. It's, of course, giving them the curiosity of what's Bitcoin. And now what we've realized, we have so much people interested in sovereignty, so much. They want to know self-custody. You mentioned on chapter 8 about running a node, and they are texting us, how do I continue? Some from Tanzania are saying, do we have masters in Bitcoin? Right? So the interest is there. So the call with D++ is intended to kind of come up with a program. The diploma doesn't have those specific things. So the program with the D++, we are aiming to talk about self-custody. We are aiming to talk about setting up a node. We are aiming to talk about UTXO management, and we're also aiming to talk about what this else. Yeah, it's 4, I can't remember the conversation, but then we just have to kind of see how it works, because I was really, me together with my team, we are really focused on kind of have this template of this structure. How many cohorts are we going to have in a year? How are we going to evaluate the students? So we kind of finished phase 1, and we want to just kind of go deep into your question from that program. So we want to see, okay, how do we, and that program will be focused on sovereignty more. We want people to learn to run their own nodes, self-custody and all, but from the diploma, it's talked, we teach about that, but very shallow. So people won't really understand the deeper meaning of all this. So it's something we are planning to start soon. Perhaps on our Twitter, we'll post when we have agreed on the times, on how we are going to do it. All right. Jasper, you had a question? No. Okay. Do you have any other question? Frank, your hand was up?
I did have a question. I think it was partially answered, but no. When it comes to getting people interested, so I was a teacher for 12 years, and sometimes you have to sort of accept that maybe it's not the right time. Some people aren't, like, they're not totally ready to do this yet. So just over your time educating, how have you sort of come, I guess, emotionally to a space where you're sort of comfortable reaching who you can reach, and then also sort of realize that maybe it's not the right time for certain people, or it's not the right thing for them? Have you come to a place of comfort with that when you do education?
Yeah, the first cohort, we had 12 graduates. So you can imagine the number of students, maybe it was 60. And then the second cohort, we had 32 graduates. The third cohort, we had 48 graduates. Then we introduced what we call the learning management system. So we increased some friction on how people are going to learn. We had 42 graduates. And the fifth cohort, we had, which was the most recent, we had 61 graduates. So it's kind of, I don't know, it's organic. So once somebody learns, a lot of people who join our program are not because we are popular on Twitter. It's because somebody will post our intake on WhatsApp who have graduated. So the registration number is big. Like the most recent, we had like 474 registration for the cohort 6 intake. And then when you go, like when you start the sessions, and then people start dropping off. You know, people are, okay, I thought I will have money next week. And then they realize, okay, now it's about history of money. You know, like now they thought the first time was, it was, I'm going to make money, and now it's not, I have to learn. So you have to accept that, okay, it's not the right for everybody, but you don't give up on marketing the intake. Right, so you kind of just have to go to, the most people who want to learn about Bitcoin are not on Twitter. Twitter, we have Bitcoiners who have this knowledge about Bitcoin. So you have to like just go deep to those people, even if it means to create some flyers and spread around to shops, okay, this is our course. The merchants that we've onboarded to accept Bitcoin payments, we stick there, learn more and all that. So it's just about reaching out to people. This is the intake, please repost. And also the graduates, it's very easy. They want to repost every time we have an intake. They convince people take this course. Some of the graduates are across border. They kind of tell you, I have 2 of my friends. They want to come and join your course. So it's about the graduates or people who know what we do, sharing to other people about the course. Yep. All right. Thank you so much for listening to me. My name is Felix, for those who are just coming in.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Yeah, so welcome to this session. Yeah, so my job today is just to introduce to you what Bitcoin Bomber is. Yeah, so my name is Grant Gomba. I'm a Bitcoin advocate from Malawi, the home heart of Africa. Probably one of the most beautiful countries in the whole world, I think. Yeah, yeah. In my opinion, yeah, you should come and visit Malawi. Yeah. So, yeah, we started Bitcoin Bomber in 2023. Started it with joined us a little bit later. So that's here and my colleague from Bitcoin Bomber. Yeah. So we have a team of which comprises of 5 people right now. Yep. An open platform, a hub, a resource center for Bitcoiners in Malawi or guys who are interested in Bitcoin. Yeah, so where you can come and find education resources about Bitcoin. Yeah. So our vision, this is our vision to promote Bitcoin adoption and education in Malawi by creating accessible learning platforms and fostering a community of Bitcoin enthusiasts. Yeah, and our vision, that's it, financially empowered Malawi, where Bitcoin is adopted as a legal tender and also is used in our daily lives. Yeah, so these are our achievements so far. So we hosted about 4 Bitcoin meetups in 2024. We did one in Blantyre, which is our second biggest city. We did 3 in Lilongwe, which is our capital city. Yeah, so we also partnered with Trezor. Thanks to Trezor Academy. Josef is here from Trezor. Yeah, we partnered with Trezor Academy to host Bitcoin education seminars. Yeah, seminar. Yeah, we are. So we also partnered with Mi Premier Bitcoin to use their curriculum for my first Bitcoin diploma. So yeah, we are integrating it into our Bitcoin education resources. We are trying also to translate it in our local language so that typical Malawians can understand what Bitcoin is in our local language. Yeah. Yeah, meeting with ESCOM and Ngako. So Ngako is a electricity generating agency controlled, operated by the state. Yeah, and also ESCOM is a state operated company which transmits the electricity. So we met with some of the guys there to try to talk to them about Bitcoin mining. So maybe my colleague will explain a little bit more about that tomorrow. Yeah, so also we met with these guys, the President's Chief Economic Advisor, to try to talk to them about maybe a Bitcoin strategic reserve, or maybe to try consider adopting Bitcoins maybe in the future, to adopt Bitcoin as a legal tender. Yeah, so Yeah, so our plans and objectives for 2025, this is what we are just planning in 2025. So expand Bitcoin education, online classes. So we started our education, online education, Bitcoin online education in this January on 6th. So we are hosting our online education sessions. Yeah, so it's still ongoing. So we are trying to do a lot more in 2025. Become a premier Bitcoin node. We applied to be a premier Bitcoin node. So maybe very soon we'll be able to be a right node. Yeah, try to, okay. We are trying to talk to politicians about Bitcoin. So yeah, in this way, my colleague will explain a little bit more in his presentation tomorrow. Yeah, we are trying to conduct education seminars in our big universities and secondary schools. So we plan to have to visit maybe 5 universities this year. Yeah, we have been in talks with some of these universities where we wrote some emails. Some of them have answered us. So we are planning the dates to go there and try to do Bitcoin education workshops. Yeah, and we're also trying to visit secondary schools to teach about Bitcoin, like what Premier Bitcoin does in El Salvador. Yeah. Yeah, so we're also trying to promote Bitcoin, merchant Bitcoin adoptions, like what people are doing in other communities, like to encourage merchants to start adopting Bitcoin. So we just don't go there to encourage them to start accepting Bitcoin. So what we were doing first, I personally, what I was doing first, I always referred them to the core, which Felix was working on, which Felix works on. So they should learn more about Bitcoin before they start accepting Bitcoin. Yeah, so we are trying also to encourage them to join our online classes so that they can learn more about Bitcoin before they start accepting Bitcoin in their shops and whichever they do their services. Yep. Yeah, so this is our timeline. In January, this January on 6th, we launched online classes. Yeah, in February, we are planning on having a Bitcoin meetup in Lilongwe on 15th. After that, then we will plan a Trezor Academy Bitcoin seminar at the end of one of our biggest universities in Malawi to educate them about Bitcoin, like a Bitcoin workshop, something like that. Yeah, so from April to December, we'll be doing more seminars, more online education courses, visiting the universities and whatsoever. Yeah. Yeah, so I don't think I should go much into this. So these are key deliverables. So a comprehension research report by December this year. Yeah, so maybe, do a report and see what we have to do a little bit better maybe next year. yeah, education materials for community and engagement. So we are trying to print banners, posters, whatsoever for engagement, printing branded T-shirts, whatsoever, yeah, so that people will be more curious if they see the sign of Bitcoin Boma or Bitcoin in general, to be curious and ask some questions, something like that. Yeah, documenting application, okay. Yeah, this is not. Yeah, so measuring our success, we'll measure our success in terms maybe in terms of the numbers of students who are attending our online classes and who have completed our online classes or our seminars, yeah. And how many universities we have visited, and what's the feedback from those guys who attended the workshops and whatsoever. Yeah, we are trying to increase Bitcoin, merchant Bitcoin, increase merchant adoption. Yeah, so we try to onboard a lot of merchants to accept Bitcoin. Yeah, we also try to review community feedback from Bitcoin economies. We will be starting very soon. Yeah. So these are our 5-year plans, what we are planning in 5 years. 25, maybe 25% of adoption of Bitcoin in our targeted areas. Legalize Bitcoin payments and remittances. Incorporate Bitcoin into development projects. Yeah, these development projects, like the Bitcoin, the mining sector, maybe encourage the more electricity, what's the word? Electricity generations combined by Bitcoin mining, like what our friends are doing in Ethiopia. Yeah. The last one, maybe in the next 5 years or very soon, maybe we can host a Bitcoin adoption conference in Malawi. Yeah. Yeah, so this is the end of my presentation. This is our Nostro account. You can just scan the QR code and yeah, get you through that. This is our X handle, formerly Twitter. Yeah, Bitcoin @Bitcoin Boma. Yeah, you can also just email us on bitcoinboma@proton.me. Yeah, so that's it for today. Yeah. Yes. Does anyone have questions or something to comment?
I just have a small question or tiny question.
Yeah.
Why is your presentation going upward?
That's my style. Yeah, it's just that.
Were you the first person to start an organization in Malawi, like a Bitcoin education organization?
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about some of, I guess, the emotional effects of that? It's not always fun to be the first person to do these things. I give you a lot of credit. Let me preface what I'm saying with that. Very difficult to do what you did, but what were the early days of it like?
Yeah, so before starting this Bitcoin project, I was working with Felix from the Kgothatso. yeah, I was very hesitant to start my own project in Malawi. Yeah, because a lot of people, when you are starting these things, you get a lot of negative feedback. Like, yeah, people call you a lot of names, a scammer, or a lot of names. Yeah, so I was very hesitant to start my own organization or a project. Yes, but so after I met Nick, then that's when I get very. All right, I think, okay.
On that emotional side, I think people don't often talk about it enough, how difficult it is to be one of the earliest people
Yeah.
in the community to do this. So, yeah, I was just curious as to what it was like, but thank you.
Yeah, that's why I said I was very hesitant to start this thing, because I've been into Bitcoin space from maybe, I was very active on Twitter from 2020, but I started my Bitcoin journey in 2018. Yeah, so, but I was very hesitant to start a Bitcoin project in Malawi. That's why I was just working with Felix at Bitcoin, the core. Yeah.
Good for you, congratulations.
Thanks. Yeah.
What gave you the conviction? Like you said, there's many scams and many people calling you a scammer. But what did you learn about Bitcoin that gave you the conviction that this is not a scam?
Thing is, the time I took to study Bitcoin, that's what got me convinced that Bitcoin is not a scam. It's the real money, the hard money. In my rabbit hole journey, as we call it, Bitcoiners, that's when I discovered that our fiat system is very rugged. It's the real scam, not Bitcoin. Yeah, so I think.
More the current system.
Yeah, the fiat currency system. Yeah.
So how did the conversation with the president's chief go?
All right. So I think that one will be answered by Nick. Any other questions or comments? That guy over there is the one in charge of the technicals. Okay. Yeah.
I see the Tanzan. Did you already meet? Yeah. Because that's very interesting. I live in Malawi, so I'm interested to see something similar. We've got Airtel money.
So you said you live in Malawi?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. You should join our team. You should definitely join our team.
Yeah, we recently moved here, but I'll definitely join you. I've already been speaking behind the scenes.
Yeah, you have officially joined our team. You have another question? No. Okay. Yeah, so thanks everyone for coming. Yeah. And thanks to Satoshi.
Okay, so we've heard a lot of talks about of the future of Bitcoin and a lot of small startup groups and a lot of new people coming into Bitcoin. But from my perspective, and staying to the theme of adopting Bitcoin is you have to know the history of Bitcoin to even consider adopting it, because how would you know if you're not just adopting another scam? And I think especially now with the governments around the world being more and more friendly, it's easier to get confused and buy one of these meme coins that they spoke about. So I want to go a little bit back in history to find out how Bitcoin was created in the first place, because people think it's just Satoshi that came out of nowhere and just created this magnificent thing, but actually it goes back many, many years. Like they often say, we stand on the shoulders of giants, and even Satoshi did that very thing. So there's two big, well, one is a philosophy more, the crypto-anarchist philosophy, and then the group, the cypherpunks, that took action. So that's what this talk is going to focus on. And not only did they create Bitcoin, but they created the internet as we know it today. Without them, there would be no security. Even people watching this on YouTube is actually using the work from the cypherpunks just to view this video. So in the 1980s, it came from who was the foundation that built the foundational layers. There's 3 separate generations. So I think you can go to the next slide. Yeah, you went on a few now. I'm just going to continue from here then. So in the 1980s, a group of young computer scientists started grappling with what the internet could mean for society. So you can go to the next one. They realized early on that if the technology were to continue on its own natural evolution, the only logical outcome would be a world with no privacy, a dystopia where every action, communication, and transaction could be monitored, recorded, and controlled by a centralized authority. Next.
So the solution to this was an ideology concept called crypto anarchy. This was only possible because of the work of 3 academics who built the foundations of the modern internet. Okay, so these are Ralph Merkel, Whitfield Diffie, and Martin Hellman. They were computer scientists, mathematicians, and cryptographers. Like I said, mostly academics. They pioneered the work of public key cryptography. So Ralph Merkel invented much of modern cryptography, including the first version of public key cryptography, hash functions, and Merkle tree roots. So all of these are extensively used in Bitcoin, but stuff like public key cryptography, things like that, you use it every single day when you browse the web. You can't literally do anything on the web these days without this. So these guys predated both crypto anarchy and the cypherpunks, but they did share a similar spirit, as did the founders of the internet itself. And then Whitfield Diffie and Martin Hellman invented super polynomial systems, which is very, very similar to what we use in Bitcoin today. And that's the old saying, not your keys, not your coins, that comes directly from them. Okay, next slide. So over 95% of web traffic is secured by HTTPS, built on their cryptography foundations. WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, iMessage, they're all public key cryptography. Even logging into a simple website, if it's a competent provider, uses the hash functions that Merkle invented. So without these pioneers, modern online security and privacy wouldn't even exist. So I work in the software engineering world, and if I sit down with a client, they always ask, do you encrypt the data? And the one-liner is, we encrypt the data at rest and or in transit, or both. So when the data is on the system, it's encrypted. Once you send it over the network, it's encrypted as well. And this used to be completely illegal, but we'll get to that on the next slide, please. Okay, so Timothy May, or Tim May, as he was better known, is a larger-than-life figure in this world. He inspired everybody, from Satoshi to the people that we'll look at now that created cryptocurrency, to BitTorrent, to WikiLeaks, to just about everything you can think of. Unfortunately, he passed away in 2018. He did live to see Bitcoin evolve and mature, so at least he did get to see that. The crypto anarchists, which he founded, and he coined the term, and he wrote the manifesto. Now, there's not enough time to read the manifesto here, but the crypto anarchy manifesto, he wrote, like I said, right when the internet started. And if you read it today, you can see that he predicted many, many of the issues we ran in today. It's aged very, very well. Next slide, please. Okay, so the term anarchy is often misunderstood as chaos or just lawlessness, but it comes from the ancient Greek term archon, which means without rulers. So rules without rulers, I think it was in Anita's presentation as well. It's a common Bitcoin phrase. It just means that, there's still rules and laws that you can apply, and if you want to use the system or protocol, you have to abide by those rules. There is just no ruler. A free market can be secured from the outside interference through cryptography. Cryptographic technologies enable privacy, autonomy, and freedom from centralized control. So yes, like I said, electronic cash was considered the holy grail by the crypto anarchists. I don't think many of them would have even believed that we are where we are today. So we're actually a lot further ahead. So these tools guard against state overreach and protect freedoms in the digital age. These tools guard against state overreach and protect, that's different, duplicate line. So this was way more of a theoretical and philosophical argument. It was not a group that wanted to go out and build things. It was a prediction most of human history, we could have private conversations with each other in rooms, and we could be sure that no one is listening. But since the digital age and the crypto anarchists saw that more and more communication will be online, and today you speak to people that you maybe never even meet, but privacy has just gone out the window, and the crypto anarchists made it their mission to rectify this. Yeah, if you go to the next slide, please. So if we compare the crypto anarchists with other anarchist movements, many classical anarchist movements like the anarcho-communism were influenced by Marxist and socialist theories, focusing on collective ownership. So crypto anarchists are the exact opposite of this. They're emphasizing individual sovereignty and property rights. A peaceful opt-in movement, crypto anarchists create technologies to incrementally replace state function, especially in areas where the state has proven inefficient or incompetent. So the example of this conference is obviously Bitcoin, where we've heard about, it's very addictive if you're able to print money, to just print more and more money. And always, I was in the beginning of the internet when Timothy May saw that if something isn't done, privacy will be completely lost, and privacy equals security on the internet. So then in the 1990s, you again see Timothy May, send them an email and then would be asked to be part of the mailing list, and then periodically they would send out content created by this group. It was interesting, this group only found each other because of the internet, so they found each other on the internet to improve the internet, kind of a self-fulfilling thing. They believed privacy is a fundamental right. Individuals should be able to communicate and transact without surveillance or interference. But the difference between the cypherpunks and the crypto anarchists is, and again, Anita mentioned the cypherpunks write code. So their big thing was, let's go out, let's build the tools, let's not ask permission. This was a big thing they learned. Skype learned, even outside of the cypherpunks, Skype learned this, Airbnb, you learned this, and the AI companies currently learn this, is you go out and you build the tools, and then everybody else has to react to it. And we saw this beautifully with Bitcoin, coming from obscurity all the way to presidents debating about it, being forced to acknowledge it. So again, that bottom up, not top down. So free cryptography from government control and make it a tool for the masses. So the crypto anarchists, like I said, were academics, mathematicians, computer science cryptographers. But the cypherpunks included those, but they were more hackers and builders, and let's actually make a change. So you'll see every generation gets more ambitious, and they do stuff, and they stand on the shoulders of giants, and they move the field forward. So I don't have that here, but that's where the PGP story that you often hear comes from, with Phil Zimmerman that just created the tool, and he was almost arrested, and then people like Adam Back printed cryptography on shirts and in textbooks and sent it to universities, so that when they wanted to, in court, ban it, you could show the paper, you could show the shirt, and say, this is freedom of speech. And that's how they actually got it to be legal. Yeah, so free and open source code was integral to the movement. All of their code was all open source, and for anybody to contribute that wanted it. Privacy creates security and safety. So this is a little bit hard because people think that privacy means you want to hide something, you want to make it secret. But like Anita pointed out, it is privacy is you selectively reveal yourself to whoever you choose. If you have an illness, you don't necessarily want to share that with everybody, but if you only communicate online, then, and I send you an email, then you don't know on how many servers that email lies. They also believe that code is law. Writing and sharing open source code was a form of activism tool, not laws which shape society. So yeah, with Bitcoin, you're not relying on laws or regulations, or that the government's going to come stop you if you send it to the wrong thing. You're relying on the code that has been trusted and used throughout the years, that's proven to be safe and secure. Unfortunately, by the mid-2000s, it seems that the cypherpunks mostly failed. Even Timothy May, the co-founder of the cypherpunks, left it, mostly because there was weird domains and weird people popping up, and it started to become less and less relevant. So it kind of seemed like it was dead. Go to the next slide. So cryptography is taken for granted today, but cypherpunks and activists fought hard during the crypto wars to ensure that we can use it now. The crypto wars is a whole talk on its own, but that's like I said, people like Adam Back printing on a T-shirt and sending it to the government, asking if they can ship this. So basically, after World War II, many of you know about the Enigma code, but because they broke the Enigma code, many say that's why they won the war. So after that, they listed encryption or cryptography as munition, and the public didn't agree with that, and the cypherpunks took it onto themselves to fight this war, together with the Electronic Frontier Foundation, and eventually they caved, and today we have strong cryptography. But the fight is not over, because even today, from both sides of the aisle or in the US, they still attack cryptography. They still think you can build in a backdoor and keep it safe. They don't understand the mathematics behind it. They always want to cheat to find the criminals, but by doing that, they give up everybody that's innocent's privacy. And yeah, today, even freedom is freedom of speech itself. So like I mentioned earlier, freedom of speech was what was used to actually make cryptography legal for the public to use. And today, freedom of speech itself is under attack. So yeah, that's a scary place to be, but that is the current situation. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so there was a lot of cypherpunks, but mostly there are the four main figures in front of you are the cypherpunks that worked on cryptocurrency. Now, I know a lot of the talks don't like the word cryptocurrency because of all the shitcoins that kind of muddied the water, but these guys referred to it as cryptocurrency during this time, so that's what I'm referring to as cryptocurrency. A lot of this was inspired by a guy named David Chaum, who demonstrated that cryptography could be used to build digital money, e-cash, combined with Tim May that we spoke about already, his vision of complete independence. Now, David Chaum was not a crypto-anarchist or a cypherpunk, but he was greatly, he inspired Tim May, inspired all of these guys with these companies he built. His e-cash system was a centralized system, and eventually when his company failed, e-cash itself failed. But that's why these guys tried to combine it with Tim May's vision of complete independence. So they were kind of laying the bedrocks of Bitcoin. So Halfpenny here, also unfortunately passed away. Yeah, he's famous for Satoshi sending him the first Bitcoin transaction. He had crucial discussions with Satoshi in the early days over email, and a lot of that has come out. And then he was the creator of RPOV, which is reusable proof of work, which many consider to be the first cryptocurrency. But again, it relied on a central server and specific hardware. So it was a step in the right direction, but it was not quite there yet. Then Adam Back, I think everybody knows, he runs Blockstream today, create hardware wallets, built a company to kind of protect the ecosystem from a young age, and still today. He created Hashcash proof of work. So proof of work was done before Adam Back, but he created a system that protected email spam. And then Halfpenny's RPOV was actually using Hashcash, which was a very important piece to the puzzle. Then Nick Szabo, he created BitGold. He didn't actually code it up. It was an idea, but it shared very many of the similarities with Bitcoin. It paved the ground. Now, Szabo was a computer scientist, but to me, one of the big things about him is he did a very deep dive on money. And a lot of us today describe how money is supposed to work. And growing up, I've always read financial books, economics books, and in all of those books that everybody recommends, you never ever hear the story of what money actually is. And Szabo actually explained what money is. So if it wasn't for him, Satoshi might have created Bitcoin, but he might not have known what good, sound money actually is. And it might have been a terrible system. But, so yeah, but he is he did a lot of work. Again, you can do a whole talk about him. He also pioneered smart contracts. And a little tidbit here, initially he was excited about Ethereum, but today if you ask him about Ethereum and Solana and all this stuff, he doesn't think it's decentralized, he doesn't think it's useful. If there was anything to those systems, you would think the guy that invented the system would be excited about it, but he's not given up on it, but his interest in it has waned. And then Waydai, lastly, created B-Money, again, something that wasn't coded up, but it also added a lot to the groundwork of Bitcoin itself. An interesting thing about B-Money, if you actually go and read the white paper, immediately starts off saying about Tim May and crypto anarchy and how he finds it fascinating. Then lists out his vision of B-Money, and at the end he says, I hope this advances crypto anarchy. So all of these guys were inspired by the Crypto Anarchist Manifesto and later the Cypherpunks Manifesto of creating privacy and thereby security in the digital age. Okay, next slide, please. So this is all the pieces of the puzzle to Bitcoin. Last year I did a talk on the TCP/IP layer right over here. It is on the Adopting Bitcoin website. I compared that to BTC and Lightning. But this is all the foundational work that was done throughout the years. I'm not going to go through all of them. I'll look at one or two here or there. But yeah, it started 1975 all the way up until today. So Satoshi didn't just come out of nowhere. Yeah, in fact, the 4 people you saw just now did a majority of the work. A lot of people used to say, oh, Satoshi can't be one person because you can't be a computer scientist and a mathematician and an economist and be an expert in all of these fields. But you didn't need to have to do that because you had those 4 individuals we just spoke about that laid the groundwork. All you had to do is actually study their work and build upon it. Okay, next slide. And then the last thing, not a computer scientist, but an economist, a big inspiration also came from the Austrian economist. They wanted to privatize and depoliticize money. So like we said, ARPOV and all of the other ones was centralized servers. It was always a place to centrally fail. So Hayek won a Nobel Prize in 1974 for explaining business cycles and inflations. So what's interesting here is I don't believe we shall ever have good money again before we take it out of the hands of government. We can't take it violently out of the hands of government. All we can do is by some sly roundabout way introduce something they can't stop. Now, I don't actually think Hayek thought this would ever happen because it sounds kind of impossible. But if you go to the next slide. Now, a lot of people have spoken about the shitcoins the president is launching and not understanding the difference between Bitcoin and crypto. But I see Bitcoin as a Trojan horse, okay? The previous administration, if you're involved in the community, you'll know about the Operation Choke Point 2.0, where they tried to play dirty and block Bitcoin at all the vital areas and trying to shut down companies. But now with the 2025 administration, that is about to change. But that'll also come in with a bunch of scams and trickery. So it's important to understand that. But in my view, it is a good thing because once the Trojan horse is in, it is basically survival of the fittest. And those 4 individuals that we spoke about now made sure that the computer science is sound. And they targeted the 5, like Nick Szabo speaks about the 5 characteristics of money. And those 5 characteristics of money is what makes Bitcoin sound money. So as soon as the Trojan horse is in, it's a free and open market, and best sound money will win, and that is Bitcoin. So I am more positive about this, even though more people will lose more money on scams, thinking they're buying meme coins. They will learn their lesson the hard way, and the survival of the fittest, the best one will win. Next slide, please. Okay, so Satoshi Nakamoto, not going to do a lot about him. Everybody knows a lot about him, but nobody knows who it is. People theorize it's one of those 4 people, but it could also just be somebody that really studied them closely. So he used the technical and philosophical concepts developed by the cypherpunk mailing list and some other mailing lists. There's a few mailing lists. He incorporated proof of work into the consensus method. So this was kind of the breakthrough that he added to the pieces of the puzzle. And another big thing he did was he invented the difficulty adjustment that is automatic. It's not some manual process. It automatically happens across the entire planet at the same time, which is fascinating if you think about it. And he combined all of these elements into one masterpiece that we call Bitcoin. If you can go to the next one. So that long list, I just made it more concise. So we started with public key cryptography in the 1970s, the hash and the Merkle trees from Ralph Merkle, the Byzantine consensus. So this is basically, if you have a worldwide distributed network, how do you form long-term consensus, especially if some of those nodes are malicious? It's a very hard problem. Then in the 1990s, the probabilistic Byzantine consensus. Then we got the proof of work Hashcash and ARPOV from Adam Back and Hal Finney. And then we got this idea of the centralization of money that again came from the Austrian economists. And then B-Money and BitGold was right before the cypherpunks kind of died. And then, so we said the cypherpunks died in about the late 2000s. And then after the 2008 crash and all the bailouts, which causes inequality, all the money going up to the rich, Satoshi said enough is enough. Whether he's a group of those people or a new person, he figured out the Byzantine consensus problem using proof of work. And then he put in the last piece of the puzzle, and that is Bitcoin today. If you can click one more time. So, yeah, you have these 3 generations that require this. The academics that figured out the cryptography fundamentals. Then you have the cypherpunks that just wanted to write code, change the world, introduce these tools. The May, huge figure, Adam Back, Wei Dai, Nick Szabo, Hal Finney. And then in 2008, in my opinion, it was a new generation that came in because the old generation kind of gave up on it for a while, combined all the ideas, put it together, and yeah, what's it now, 10, 15 years later, and Bitcoin is still every 10 minutes new block. One more slide. Okay. No, the last slide was just the Nakamoto Institute. It's a website that has a lot of this stuff on. The Crypto Anarchy Manifesto is very interesting to read. Seeing it was in the late 80s, and if you look at the world today, they predicted so much of it. Privacy, unfortunately, is not in a good space. I think most of the cypherpunks and crypto anarchists think we lost that war. Rules like know your customer and AML forces you to give all of your personal data to some third-party company that can't protect it, because to protect data from world-class hackers is very, very expensive. So right now we're being forced to give our information to every second little company, and then it inevitably leaks out. So the privacy war, unfortunately, is not going well, but the cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, I think was a big victory, and I think Timothy May himself said that that was the Holy Grail, and at least he lived long enough to see that realize. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, good afternoon. Yeah, it works?
So next is this one, back is this one.
Ah, okay. All right, so good afternoon. How many people have heard about, how many people have seen the Victoria Falls? Okay, that's a good number. Okay, that's really good. So that's where the name of the project that I'm going to talk about, that's where it comes from. Yeah, so I am Humphrey, a simple Bitcoin prep from Zambia. Yeah, and this project, Bitcoin Victoria Falls, was founded by Adam. Adam is a Bitcoiner from the US, and myself. Yeah, so just to make it as simple as possible, the focus of the project is, of course, it's a Bitcoin circular economy, and we focus on two main things. The first one is education, and then the second one is onboarding merchants into accepting Bitcoin. Yeah, so for our education, let me just, okay. So for our education, we use My First Bitcoin. Some of you have already heard of it. So it's an open source Bitcoin education, which was founded in El Salvador. Yeah, so how do we do what we do, or what methods do we use to actually to try to spread the awareness? So the first one is we hold meetups. So these are Bitcoin meetups. We usually hold one meetup every month. Yeah, and to do basically is we answer people's questions. And it's interesting because a lot of people have a lot of questions about Bitcoin. Yeah, partly because in Zambia there's a history of scammers, so crypto scammers. So they tell people and entice people that if you join this crypto group, you'll be making some money every week, 20% or 10% or something like that. So we answer people's questions about Bitcoin, but we also try to get people to download Bitcoin wallets so that they test and know how Bitcoin feels like. Yeah, and then the second thing we do is we hold physical classes. Yeah, so the curriculum we use is My First Bitcoin, and these are like 5-week classes, and we basically try to teach everything that someone who is a beginner who needs to know about Bitcoin. Yeah, and then the third thing, we started doing this recently. We were inspired by Bitcoin Ekasi, so we tried to find shops who might be interested to learn about Bitcoin and to use their shops as a way to spread the awareness about Bitcoin. So we spent some shops with Bitcoin brands. So we have painted Machankura, we have painted Strike, we have painted the Brink, and of course our brand Bitcoin Victoria Falls. And what we do is we try to create some incentive around that by giving them some sats and also encouraging them to start accepting Bitcoin in their business. Yeah, so our project is only like I could say less or maybe exactly a year old. Yeah, and we already have like over 7 merchants which already accept Bitcoin. 4 of which they are already on a BTC map. So you can check for that if you wish. So we have got Jolly Boys. So this is a place where if you want accommodation, and also we have a restaurant there. So accommodation, restaurant. Bitwheel is a taxi business. One of the founder of this company took a course and decided, okay, I'll start accepting Bitcoin. And then Nature Trek, also the founder of this tour company is a guy who took our course, and he offers a lot of different activities. If you can see the Victoria Falls and you can pay everything in Bitcoin. Yeah, and then another one is New Vessel Technology. So this guy does a lot of printing and other accessories. Yeah. So I'll just talk a bit about what we have done so far in 2024. So we had 9 meetups. So as I mentioned, we try to have 1 meetup a month. We have had 3 cohorts, and then we have educated over 43 students so far. We have onboarded 7 merchants to start accepting Bitcoin. And this is something big. We already set up a Bitcoin translation team. So what these guys do is that they translate Bitcoin material into local languages. So far we have translated 3 main languages: Nyanja, Bemba, and Tonga. Yeah, and what they were translating was my first Bitcoin workbook. Yeah, so these are some of this is like our goals for 2025. So we try to make it as simple as possible so that we keep it always at the back of our mind. So we plan to have 12 meetups because 12 months in a year, and then 8 cohorts. Last year we had 3 cohorts, so we are trying to do more than double. And then we'll also be focusing on onboarding more merchants. Although we have discovered something though, we have discovered that Bitcoin education itself is more important than onboarding merchants. Because there are some people we try to onboard, and then 2 weeks later, because they didn't have education, you find that they are not accepting Bitcoin. And then the third one that we are trying to focus the most on is educating over 100 students. So each cohort we have, because these are physical classes, we try to have a maximum of 20 students in each cohort. Well, could you help me with the next slide? I think it's no longer working. All right. Yeah, so this slide is for those people who might be interested to visit Bitcoin Victoria Falls Circular Economy. So we have a lot of things there actually. So the Victoria Falls is one of the 7 wonders of the world. So you can actually see it if you have never seen it. There's activities like whitewater rafting if you like dangerous things. I tried it once, I almost died, but people don't die, so so you can try that. Of course, there's also safari and seeing wildlife, yeah, and many other activities. So if you want to visit, or if you have visited, you can come again. I encourage you to come again, because this time it will be different because you will pay in Bitcoin. Yeah, so that's what for you guys. Thank you so much. So could you just show that again? We have got, we are on Nostra and also we are on Twitter. So if you want to follow us, you can follow us on Nostra and Twitter, Bitcoin Victoria Falls. Yeah, unless there are questions.
So good question. So if one wants to come visit, you mentioned one travel company.
Yes. Yeah, so you can talk to them, or if you have a BTC app, you can actually see them on BTC map. They have their details there. Or, of course, you can just contact us on Twitter or Nostra. We'll be able to help with that. Any other question? No question? All right, thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah. I'm Maupomo Kofi Folivi from Bitcoin Dua in Ghana, and I want to tell a story of how Bitcoin is transforming my community and what we are also doing for Bitcoin in our community. In 2022, I first attended my first Bitcoin conference in Accra, Kempinski, and I happened to meet Hermann there. I spoke with him that we run an NGO, and we've been doing that for about 20 years. And after listening to Jack and the rest speak, then I said, I thought we could do something with Bitcoin. And he did said, okay, that's good. After the conference, he gave me an assignment to go do something in my community and show video proof of it for him. I did, and he was actually happy with it. And I can say since then, our story in our community have changed, because we are people with hope, hoping to change lives with all that we can do. And we keep doing things even when there was no support from anywhere. For 20 good years, we've been giving hope to each other in a community that we can make it, we can change our community, we can be better off if we have positive thinking. And Bitcoin came in to give us a support, and today the story is different in my community. What is Bitcoin doing for my community in Agbusme? First, we run Bitcoin circular economy. In running Bitcoin circular economy, once Bitcoin affects life positively, the little that we have from the Bitcoin community, we actually use it to live the dreams that we desire when nothing was there. We desire to build an IT-led community because that is what we can take to the world. So Bitcoin came in, helped us with some funding. We were able to buy laptops, have some equipment as well attached to it, and we have people that are training young people in coding. And today, as I speak, as part of the team that is doing the coding, we have also developed our own first Bitcoin wallet that is to be launched soon to start spending Bitcoin in Ghana. The hope Bitcoin has given us, in the next 5 years, we believe we would come back to the world and give something better than what we are used to be. Fortunately for us as well, we have won a discovery grant from the block, which we are building a sports complex back in Agbusme. We bought 24 plots of land. We are building football field that can accommodate all secondary schools in our community, Agbusme. Multi-purpose basketball courts, swimming pool, and a place that all Bitcoiners can rest and have fun whenever they visit us in our community. We couldn't have been any better than the support we have gotten from the Bitcoin community. And the belief that Hermann have in me having a first conversation, I think there is no other way we can repay that belief than to do right and make sure he is happy with us and continue to share our story to the rest of the world. When you get back today, we have an education center that was open 2023. It was It was attended by, the opening was attended by Frankova. It was also attended by Joe Nakamoto, and he carried the story on it as well. That center today is the most transforming center, making lives better. And as well, we are beginning to have a whole three-story building that is planned to host seminars, Bitcoin seminars in Ghana, because ABC may not be coming back to Ghana soon. So we have decided to create a base for Bitcoin in Ghana, in Agbosme, in our community, because that is where the story of transformation is being lived. So we need to leave that mark and continue to tell that story that would make the whole world know that Bitcoin has done something to our community, Agbosme. In all schools now, they are calling for us to come and educate the students on Bitcoin, because in the first place, we don't have government regulations as it is now. And we have a bad money as well. We share border with Togo. And our currency, actually devaluation, can be seen and felt every minute, because we easily go to Togo to buy goods, to come and sell, or take our goods there to sell. So you could wake up today, and when you go, all you hear is that the Togo currency, which is CFA, have appreciated. And what happens is you are having a Ghana cedi, and you will see your value go down. So in that case, the number of things that you could have afforded buying when you use the same money, the same fiat that you are taking to Togo, you will realize that it will be less. Things that you will buy now will be less. But thanks to Bitcoin, all our merchants that we onboarded, they have a good story, and none of them want to let go of Bitcoin any longer. They want to buy more Bitcoin to add, because we started spending Bitcoin with them when Bitcoin was down, a bit down. And they experienced a bull market that they never even imagined any currency or any money have actually even behaved that way before, apart from the dollar that they know. And in their case now, they have two wins. They have the win of a Bitcoin, and the exchange rate also is an advantage to them, because once the value of Bitcoin goes up, they see their value in Bitcoin actually rises. Once they are coming to withdraw into the local fiat, they see the value of the exchange rate also do some magic there. So this actually makes them to feel that, okay, it is always good to hold Bitcoin in monetary value than having our local currency, even banking it. So those merchants who goes to Togo and buy do not really see now how they have to keep the local currency in their bank account in order to withdraw when going to buy. So the way of Bitcoin has actually opened their eyes, and they have felt it, they feel it in every part of the business that they do. And I'm just glad that they all experienced it at a time that they never even imagined anything like that was there. So this has actually made the whole community to believe in Bitcoin. Why? Because we started building whatsoever it is on trust. We first won the community trust by serving them for over 20 years. And in that 20 years, we are able to come out with something again that they know, if that 20 years of being with them, if we were to do anything negative, they wouldn't have believed in Bitcoin, because they know we have ever come with something fake. Now that they have also seen the good side of Bitcoin, I think the community would only give us more room to work with them more and also better more lives. So this is the little story that I want to share. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, I'll be glad to answer. Okay.
How many merchants do you have in the community?
We have 20 so far. Yes. Okay, thank you very much. I think our app, it's been inspired by what we experienced with Tando in Kenya. So we are able to do same thing that Tando is having currently. So ours is called Bit Spender. Yes. And before I came here, I tried myself, it worked, but we need to like test run it for some time. And we are glad by Jeff. Jeff has really been of a great support of Machankura and KG. Bitnob, I think they are all supportive of all that we've been doing, and we say thank you very much. So the app will be up soon, and everyone will use it. But in short, it's operate the way Tando do operates. So if there are no further questions, then I will say thank you, everyone.
So this one is going forward. This one. So you'll be pointing there. It's like this one. It's going forward. Thank you. Hi. I have. I'm sharing the smiles that all of you are showing me because it's an opportunity to finally get to do this. It's been a story of about 7 years, and I'm glad I get to tell it fast at Adopting Bitcoin, and I welcome you all. My name is Brendan, and I will be speaking today about Bitcoin in my home. People who are not from my home call it Uganda. I call it home. So, Bitcoin in Uganda has a story, and this is the storyline of how I've experienced Bitcoin. The earliest of our efforts as a community go all the way to 2021 when I first gathered the courage to tell more than my close friend, and we decided to tell the bigger friend group about Bitcoin. We had our first ever meetup in August 2021. Gathered enough confidence, meetups in between by May 2022, we were organizing the first ever Bitcoin Pizza Day. We had a very good attendance, 300 young people, and we didn't even know what we were doing. We were telling them about everything that we knew, the blockchain, the crypto. There we were, sharing our ignorance with the community. And I was not alone, so we were equally 5 ignorant friends, sharing our ignorance to 300. But we were onto something. This visibility opened doors to people who I usually love to commend for their strength and effort in extending Bitcoin. If you're a Massie and you show it, you are one of the reasons why our community lives. When we organized this with our ignorance and we posted about it, a lot of Maxies reached out. They're like, what are you doing? There's this thing called Bitcoin and you don't have to try anything else. I was not happy because I had been promised to become a millionaire. So what do you mean? But the outstanding person was Paco. Paco arrived in Uganda in August. And the first ever shop to accept Bitcoin was a restaurant where we were supposed to host Paco. Paco told me, I will not step in a place where I can't pay in Bitcoin. Of course, he was joking, but I took him seriously. So I went crafty, spoke to a restaurant owner, told them, if you accept, you see, I had 300 people in the room, so I can bring you more customers. They were excited. I sold them the vision, but we had less than that. That is a picture from another meetup. We had about 15 people when we hosted Paco, and the restaurant owner was not happy. They stopped accepting Bitcoin. Paco is a gentleman who decided to quit everything and travel the world speaking to the world about Bitcoin. When he landed in Uganda, it was the 3rd country he was visiting. So he was still excited and pumped. That shop, and he's writing a book. He's actually writing a book. So the vendor was not happy with our efforts, so they dropped the Bitcoin thing. They're like, these guys are a facade. But I'd met Paco, and when we hosted that Bitcoin-only meetup with Paco, something clicked. I didn't become a Bitcoin Maxi after meeting Paco, but something clicked. Something about the passion that he had for Bitcoin only. I started reading more. I'd understood how Bitcoin worked. I could teach it. By this time, I could teach it very well, on top of all the other. By then, there were about 1.4 million coins. Now they're about 4.5. So imagine trying to teach that up to now. So I met Chris, and in that picture, he's the one wearing a red shirt. Chris was one of the first Bitcoiners in our country to teach us Bitcoin self-practices, Bitcoin-based self-practices. He got all of us in one room. He gave us books. He told us, this is Blue Wallet, create a seed phrase, exchange those seed phrases, and delete your wallets. And each of us could log in each of others. So a lot of things clicked in 2022 for us as a community. And I say us because, yeah, the number keeps reducing because people realize you're taking them nowhere. But the small number of people that stayed in our journey of learning, they are the people we met Paco again with. So around October, Paco had been to about 10 countries in Africa, and he had also changed. He came back and he told me, brother, you don't know the responsibility you have. Bitcoin is the solution that Africa needs, and you already know about Bitcoin, so take it seriously. Paco was threatening me. When I met him the first time, he was enthusiastic. He told me of all the people he met that don't have the privileges that I had even in my being a student. That meetup is where everything starts. I made a decision on this day to build a Bitcoin community. And we entered 2023 on a very high note. All of you know Machankura. There's a beautiful lady called Noeline. When Noeline heard that I had been converted to Bitcoin only, she's like, I'm going to Uganda. And we had our first ever session, our first ever Bitcoin only meetup in 2023 as a community. What happens then? Well, we can't just have meetups and ever-ending meetups. So we had a quarter of the year. Until I was scrolling on Twitter, I had unfollowed all the other people who had been teaching me about all the other coins. I saw a very interesting concept that had been going on in the world called the Bitcoin circular economy. I guess for those of you in the room and those online, I hope you should know that there's a circular economy white paper, and you can download it if you just Google. Yeah, and it's for free, it's open source, you will not pay anything. So whatever I am going to show you going forward, you too can do it in your community. So as I scroll on Twitter, I saw a question, and I will pose it to you. Are you interested in replicating what Bitcoin Beach did? Then pull in. If you see the last then pull in, you will know that's Hermann tweeting. That's how he tweets. He's like, hey mate, pull in, come. I made a submission to build a community around the biggest university in Uganda. And we were supposed to vote online to make sure all the other people who had made submissions like mine, one of us was supposed to be picked to go and learn at a conference. Well, remember the other community have been building and they are shading away and they don't trust me? Well, they came behind me. They voted me, they commented. I actually didn't emerge with the most votes, but I emerged with the most human interactions. I had more comments than votes. Go, Brindon, go. We know your passion. By that time, I was intolerant to anything besides Bitcoin. So I pitched, and for some reason, I won. And after winning, I had to figure out how to get to Prague. Participate in contests at your own risk, because I had never flown out of my own country up until then. I had only crossed by land to my neighbors who don't require a visa. So I was a very inexperienced traveler. And here I was with a conference ticket to one of the biggest Bitcoin conferences, and it was a month and a week to the conference. Long story short, there was a geyser involved. There was a whole session of briefing me on how to not get lost in Dubai airport. There was carrying a backpack and running through an airport to make sure I don't miss a flight, because I booked the flights myself and I put in layovers of about 45 minutes. So I would land and they tell me, last call for flight. I'm like, oh my God, that's my flight. So I have to run across the airport to get to check in and my boarding gate. But I go to Prague. First time in Prague, first time at a Bitcoin conference, first time outside Africa, first time on a plane, first time in the subway. Everything was new. But what was not new on that journey was the love Bitcoiners have. The moment I arrived in Prague, I realized why we need to build these economies, why we need to build the circularity in Bitcoin. And I took on the challenge. I was mentored very well. In about a week, that's how long I needed to publish that tweet. If you see the time between, it's about a month. So 9th is when I was in Prague. I came back. Of course, I missed flights coming back. A few of you know the stories. I had to sleep at an airport for 24 hours. Yeah, I missed a flight, and it was very good news, I tell you. So I come back, and a month later, I took on the challenge. But I didn't know what I was doing. Genuinely speaking, that tweet, I texted Fernando and I told him, is this it? He's like, you post. No one is giving you marks. You're building your community. So however you post it, it's okay. And that was the first tweet I made about the story I'm going to share with you, called Bitcoin Kampala, Uganda. So the story starts. What are we to do with this thing that we have taken on that is called a circular economy? What does a circular economy do? A circular economy is a place where Bitcoin flows into the community and is not changed to the local currency. Now, it's easy to define and harder to figure out. And this had always been my missing piece. 180 kilometers away from the capital was a home for orphaned children, where for some reason the caretaker was as ambitious as me that he discovered Bitcoin on his own. But his ambition stopped on discovering. He received, but cashing out was giving him a problem. So he'd reached out to one of my friends earlier on, and they had connected, and he was helping him to withdraw and feed the kids. When I came back and it was time to build a circular economy, I took the trip with that one friend of mine and a few other people from the community who still believed in me, because now I was sounding crazy. I'm like, guys, we're going to build no cash. We're going to use only Bitcoin. They're like, yeah, we remember. Like last time with Ethereum. And so I was the crazy one, but we took our first activation and we took it away from the city. We took it to the place where it was more needed. We received a few donations from, I remember the people. It was Hermann, KG from Machankura, and Fernando. Fernando had given me one Bitcoinized POS machine when I was coming from Prague and 14 Bolt cards because I had helped him set them up for the conference, and he's like, take this, you'll find use for it. The fresh fruits that we went with and the food that we took, which was very little in comparison to the children we found, and the books that we took were paid for from the donations we received from Hermann and KG. But in a way, Bitcoin was hope. Through us to them, but also from them to us. Think about that. They discovered Bitcoin because of the needs they had. We were using Bitcoin because of the needs we had. And Bitcoin brought us together. And now we are one project. Let me tell you our story. So we went, all these two pictures are from the first time we reached the school. Ignorant us, and this is a characteristic I've carried along the way in the story, now you can tell, we carried more books than food to go visit an orphanage. So we reach, and the caretaker is like, okay, I've received donors, but these ones are funny. They come with more books than food. So then I started to understand what was going on, what were the needs, what problems did they need solved. That was our first activation. I came back prepared. The next time I went, I had listened. and you guys in this room and online had listened. We had created a BTC Pay server run website where we received donations, and we were able to buy 30 bunk beds. The first time we went there, the children were sleeping down. I had a notebook. I was not going to be ignorant the next time. So I had noted down everything that I thought had to be done, and we wrote it, and we gave it to you, Bitcoiners. And up to now, we are very grateful for the donations. All those donations came. We bought 30 bunk beds. We bought 90 mattresses. We bought 90 pairs of bed sheets. We did a whole paint job at the place. We bought children clothes. We got mosquito nets. So all the things that we bought can tell you the problems that we found. They say the wisdom is always in the question. If we were buying 90 mattresses, where have they been sleeping? So this is a picture of what it looked like once we were done doing the basics. These are basic needs. We had not even started the Bitcoin. Because the first time we went with our Bitcoin stuff and we were humiliated. And this is what Bitcoiners need to understand as they build and as we build. Communities have different needs. And Bitcoin is a tool. They don't need Bitcoin. They need what Bitcoin can give them. So now the second activation, after delivering all these, we went with an intention. Where do these kids go to school? What do they eat? Remember how we started with the fruits? So now we went a bit more detailed. So we met the local vendor who had started supplying us fruits from the first time we visited. And we told them, there's this thing called Bitcoin. Look at it. You don't have to take it now. But as we continue to buy fruits from you, we intend to pay you in Bitcoin. He's like, okay. Let me judge you by how long you keep giving me business. And here is our second learning as people who are building. These communities have to trust us. They have to want to work with us as we build the Bitcoin angle. So we started working on the nutrition. Of course, the basic foods. Initially, there was one meal or sometimes no meal a day at the orphanage. We started with the basics, and I didn't write the basics here because everyone is supposed to eat at least twice a day. So we figured that out, and then now we went to making sure the nutrition for these kids was better. So we've since started fruits and eggs for SATs. This is an initiative where before we serve these children this meal, we tell them this was paid for in Bitcoin, this was through Bitcoin donations. And now you remember the books we took? The kids actually read those books and they understand Bitcoin. We have children who can define what Bitcoin is. If you've been on our Twitter, you've seen it. So we've done daily fruit purchases in Bitcoin for the last 560 days. Every day for 560 days, our children eat fruits. Up to today, we've never stopped. We recently started weekly an egg program where we give them an egg for protein. And our health expense has decreased. Previously, we were spending a lot on taking them to the hospital. Now, by spending on nutrition, we are spending less on health, and now we are focusing on their education. And all this is being paid for in Bitcoin. I want to remind you, but it's taken trust. Slowly, we still have the same fruit vendor. Now we have the egg vendor. But because the egg vendor talked to the fruit vendor and realized these guys have been supporting him for how many days? 500. He's like, hey, yeah, that's money. So we are now on sustainability. We managed through the donations to acquire some land. And now the kids actually they farm some of the food they eat. Now you might be excited about the food. I know a lot of you are, but the kids are involved in the farming. That's a skill that they can bring to the marketplace. We are teaching them how to make liquid soap. As I speak right now, if you dialed into the orphanage now, there's a group teaching. We are doing our second class for the secondary students. They will be producing 200 liters of soap before they go back to school for sale, in Bitcoin, by the way. And I'm about to show you where they will sell that soap for Bitcoin. We have 5 students. Oh, now 15 students are actually in high school as of today because we received results of another cohort that is joining secondary this year. So please continue donating to us because we need it. By teaching these children about Bitcoin and ensuring they have skills that they can offer in order to earn money, which they can then convert to Bitcoin or even earn in Bitcoin, we are taking away the responsibility from us and giving it to them. I'm coming for you. So, these are our sustainability models. We are skilling them. We are training them on how to tailor. We are giving them how to produce soap. We are even doing communication classes. We recently gave them notebooks where they are writing what they want to be and how they are going to achieve that. So we are making them ready people for society. But we also have projects that they can undertake. These projects are actually money-making projects. The school where they go, we are in the process of acquiring it. Because then the school can generate income. Then we can take more Bitcoin payments in tuition. We are acquiring a maize mill this year. We started a chicken farm last year. We are starting a grocery shop this year. We made our first class, thanks to the Bitcoin dadas, about making reusable sanitary pads. All these are sellable projects. They produce goods that we can go and sell for money. But that's not the only thing. There's a community that I had put a pause to. The one in the city. Remember that one? We didn't stop. All along this time, we have been teaching and building a real community that understands Bitcoin. We have our education arm, School of Satoshi, has now graduated 3 cohorts. We've been having consistent treasure academies that are teaching both the people in the city and the teachers at school who now receive their Bitcoin salaries, and they know what to do with the Bitcoin. What all of you are doing, hodling it. Sometimes they become compassionate and donate to us, but yeah. So, and we've been celebrating Bitcoin Pizza Days since 2022. These are some of the things that we are proud of as a community. So, what's the numbers? I live on Bitcoin. We have 20 plus vendors across the 2 locations that accept Bitcoin and understand. There's a difference. The guy outside here accepts Bitcoin, but some of them don't understand. You walk into any of these guys, they will even teach you. No, I'm very serious. Juicy Bee is a project that we launched that serves fresh juice. Last year alone, it onboarded 50 plus students by giving them their first Bitcoin, not telling them. It's like, we tell you, and if you buy from us 5 times, we'll give you a cash back, but a sat back. Yeah? So now they have wallets. And this project was just 6 months old at the end of 2024. There's a coffee shop, you can go, this shirt I'm wearing. You as a traveler can come and live on Bitcoin in Uganda. And you can pay for your travel, you can go to the national park. you can sleep and do all this in Bitcoin. Do you see the difference between the number? 20 vendors to 400 community members. We are trying to make sure all these vendors have at least a weekly spend. That is very important from my experience. Because we don't want to lose, remember the vendor we lost? Yeah, we don't want to lose them. We can't be doing work over and over again. So this is the classification of our typical student, of our typical community member. We even have government workers somewhere. We are not relaxed. But that's not my work. I might be speaking to you about it, but that's all of those people. And more. If I tried to put 400 faces here, imagine what you'd have to go through. You'd have to squint your eyes. But all these people have played a key role in the evolution of our story, in the growth of this community that I am telling you about, that I want you to come and experience, because it's a beautiful community. So, as I conclude, there's a picture at the bottom. Of course, I'm the only one visible because I'm handsome. I'm the shortest in that picture. Anyway, that's atop the strongest waterfall in the world. And I think our goal as Bitcoin in Uganda is to build the strongest circular economy in the world. You can come see that place and pay in Bitcoin, but you can come and build with us. The reason that picture gets there is because the two people built with us for 6 months. They stayed in our community, and I invite you guys to stay with us. But if you can follow us, that's the first step. We are on Nostr, we are on Twitter. If you make a symbolic donation, we are very happy. And we are learning how to do it on our own. Very soon we will make symbolic donations to other communities. We already are. But we encourage you to do this. We need hands-on. We need builders. We need people who are ready to commit 15 days, 7 days to put in the work. Because building a circular economy is the community's role, all of us. Now, this picture is my favorite picture because it has two people from very opposite backgrounds that are aiming to achieve the same thing. On one side is Isma. He's the caretaker of the orphanage. On another side is me, an orphan that he took on. But we are all leveraging Bitcoin for our community. And we work harmoniously together to make sure all these things I've just told you about, and the things I couldn't mention because of time, keep happening. So when you go back home, remember the Bitcoin Circular Economy's white paper is open source. It's free to download, and it takes a week to start it in your community. Thank you very much. Part of the things we've innovated on is a store online. It's store.gorillasats.com. And all the merch that we make within our community. This is very new. It's a special edition. Man like Quakes did the design. And we are very proud to sell it to you when it's live on the store. So you can order and pay in sats, yes. I don't. If you were hungry and you had Bitcoin, you wouldn't have the desire to hodl. That's what happens to me when I have 113 children and Bitcoin. So the money that we get immediately has a more important calling. But on a personal level, you hodl only when you buy your Bitcoin. But when you earn it, it's the money you know. It's easy to, it's the only money I have. Yes. That's all we do. Any other question?
Maybe mention the shift that you saw from people do hold moving from USDT to Bitcoin as they saw the price go up and as they became more knowledgeable.
I usually see the narrative of Africa needs stablecoin. Now I'm going into another space. Africa doesn't need stablecoins. Africa only knows stablecoins. Only knows stablecoins. Because the people who are selling stablecoins are marketing them. So it's a marketing problem. Everyone is, you can move money very fast. You can move USDs. But there's no one telling them that they can do it with Bitcoin. And that if they do it with Bitcoin, over a longer period of time, they actually have more value. So the USD phenomenon is dying. Out of all those 400 people I have talked to you about, they understand that they actually lose money when they save in USDT. We're trying to grow that to the community to understand, but of course, because the USDT infrastructure has more marketing than us, we can't do anything much. But the people who have actually been using stable pegged currencies, when they convert to Bitcoin, they realize it is actually much faster. I could argue with all of you if we have time. Because it takes, to create a Lightning wallet, anywhere where you can access USDT, you need KYC. And if you need KYC, then my orphans are out. Because they don't have identity. Right? She sees it. So the shift is, we shouldn't even be worried. I think the case for the dying of the USDT makes itself. As Bitcoiners, we need to focus on letting people know about Bitcoin because they do not. All those who actually discover it prefer Bitcoin. Because if I told you that you have, I'm going to go on for a while. Thank you so much.
I call this home, this is my country. This place needs something, and something has to happen to turn this place around. I see Bitcoin as one way to effect that change.
My favorite quote of all time from Andreas Antonopoulos, which is Bitcoin isn't about banking the unbanked. It's about unbanking us all.
Are you here to become rich, or are you here to become free? Bitcoin represented an opportunity for us to start building ourselves, not to wait for the state to solve our problems, but for us to take our own destinies in our own hands.
It's about time that we show the world what we want Africa to look like, and not wait for the world to show us what Africa needs to look like.
I strongly believe that Africa is where Bitcoin has come to scale. Time has betrayed your elders. What was once seen as pure is now seen as flawed, but I am here now, and all will be revealed. All will be revealed.
I call this home, this is my country. This place needs something, and something has to happen to turn this place around. I see Bitcoin as one way to effect that change.
My favorite quote of all time from Andreas Antonopoulos, which is Bitcoin isn't about banking the unbanked. It's about unbanking us all.
Are you here to become rich, or are you here to become free? Bitcoin represented an opportunity for us to start building ourselves, not to wait for the state to solve our problems, but for us to take our own destinies in our own hands.
It's about time that we show the world what we want Africa to look like, and not wait for the world to show us what Africa needs to look like.
I strongly believe that Africa is where Bitcoin has come to scale. Time has betrayed your elders. What was once seen as pure is now seen as flawed, but I am here now, and all will be revealed. All will be revealed.
I call this home, this is my country. This place needs something, and something has to happen. I call this home, this is my country. I see Bitcoin this place needs something, and something has to happen to turn this place around. I see Bitcoin as one way to effect that change.
My favorite quote of all time from Andreas Antonopoulos, which is Bitcoin isn't about my favorite quote of all time from Andreas Antonopoulos, which is Bitcoin isn't about banking the unbanked. It's about unbanking us all.
Are you here to become rich, or are you here to become free? Are you here to become rich, or are you here to become free? Bitcoin represented the opportunity for us to start building ourselves, not to wait for the state to solve our opportunity for us to start building destinies in ourselves, not to wait for the state to solve our problems, but for us to take our own destinies in our own hands.
It's about time that we show the world what we want Africa to look like. It's about time that we show the world what we want Africa
I
to look
strongly
like,
believe
and not wait for the
that
world
Africa
to
is
show
where
us what
Bitcoin
Africa needs
has
to
come
look
to
like.
scale. I strongly believe that Africa is where Bitcoin has come to scale. But time has betrayed your elders. What was once seen as pure is now seen as flawed. But I am here now, and all will be revealed. All will be revealed.
I call this home, this is my country. This place needs something, and something has to happen to turn this place around. I see Bitcoin as one way to effect that change.
My favorite quote of all time from Andreas Antonopoulos, which is Bitcoin isn't about banking the unbanked. It's about unbanking us all.
Are you here to become rich, or are you here to become free? Bitcoin represented an opportunity for us to start building ourselves, not to wait for the state to solve our problems, but for us to take our own destinies in our own hands.
It's about time that we show the world what we want Africa to look like, and not wait for the world to show us what Africa needs to look like.
I strongly believe that Africa is where Bitcoin has come to scale. Time has betrayed your elders. What was once seen as pure is now seen as flawed, but I am here now, and all will be revealed. All will be revealed.
I call this home, this is my country. This place needs something, and something has to happen to turn this place around. I see Bitcoin as one way to effect that change.
My favorite quote of all time from Andreas Antonopoulos, which is Bitcoin isn't about banking the unbanked. It's about unbanking us all.
Are you here to become rich, or are you here to become free? Bitcoin represented an opportunity for us to start building ourselves, not to wait for the state to solve our problems, but for us to take our own destinies in our own hands.
It's about time that we show the world what we want Africa to look like, and not wait for the world to show us what Africa needs to look like.
I strongly believe that Africa is where Bitcoin has come to scale. Time has betrayed your elders. What was once seen as pure is now seen as flawed, but I am here now, and all will be revealed. All will be revealed.
I call this home, this is my country. This place needs something, and something has to happen to turn this place around. I see Bitcoin as one way to effect that change.
My favorite quote of all time from Andreas Antonopoulos, which is Bitcoin isn't about banking the unbanked. It's about unbanking us all.
We're back up. All right, everybody, welcome back. We are here. All right, so I have some notes I'm just going to keep, and I'm also just going to make sure I pronounce everybody's name correctly. So yes, thank you guys for hanging around. Thank you to everybody who's hopefully rejoining the live stream. My name is Frank. I think in some ways I'm probably the last person that should be moderating this panel, just not from the continent, but I have paid attention to a lot of what is happening in Bitcoin circular economies. But anyway, I'm with Bitcoin Magazine and Forbes. For Forbes in particular, I document a lot of the work that's happening in these circular economies. So all the way over to the left, we have Humphrey, please help me out. Humphrey Simwinga, decent pronunciation? I appreciate it. I was talking with Ronnie all last night, and I didn't ask him about the pronunciation for his last name. So, Ronnie Mudada? Not even close. Thank you. I call him Kofi, so Mawofemor Kofi Folivi. Perfect. Excellent. And Naomi Wambui. My apologies. Okay. So let's just start with a brief overview of, if you could just quickly share where you're running a circular economy, the country, the jurisdiction within the country, just as an overview for everybody.
Hi, my name is Naomi Wambui. I'm the founder of Bitcoin Babies. So Bitcoin Babies is a project that works with moms with kids under the age of 1. Our primary focus being infant nutrition, but we use Bitcoin also as a tool of empowerment. And we also, as part of Bitcoin Babies, we give the moms $5 weekly. So this is to kind of foster enhanced learning and also kind of create an immediate impact. These sats the moms can use either to buy essentials for their babies. And for us to make this easy, we have onboarded more than 10 merchants where the moms can easily just spend with the Bitcoin without needing to exchange it on an exchange. So we have also other parts of our program where we have a book we give the mom. So it's kind of a guided book tailored for Kenyan women where it makes like that journey easy for you, because we have provided a lot of resourceful information about the first year of your child's life. So that is basically what we do.
I'm Maupomo Kofi Folivi from Ghana, Bitcoin Dua. We run circular economy, Bitcoin circular economy, and also we have Bitcoin Education Center, where the young people at school going age comes to learn Bitcoin, and also we reward them in sats. We they spend with the merchants onboarded. We having so far 20 merchants in our community. That's Agbuzme, and so far so good. It's been good. And these kids actually do not only learn about Bitcoin, but we also use the opportunity for them to learn coding, which we believe is the future for us in a local community. And with that, we could go far. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Ronim Davida from Afrobit. Afrobit Kibra is a pilot project, and we are running a circular economy in Kibra. Our main focus right now is on with the waste management groups that we are working with. Every weekend they earn some sats, but alongside that we are also building on other pillars of the circular economy to make it more sustainable. But we currently have 40 plus merchants, and we are growing. We are also partnering with the core and other players in doing the education. Thank you.
My name is Humphrey. I'm from Zambia. I'm the co-founder of Bitcoin Victoria Falls. So this is a secular Bitcoin economy, and what we focus on is education and onboarding new merchants to start accepting Bitcoin. Yeah, I could say our ultimate goal is for people to exit fiat. Yeah, I think just a short background, I could say our country has been experiencing double-digit inflation for the longest period of time. Yeah, so people's lives are like, the standard of living is getting bad every year. So we see Bitcoin as that hope, that light. Yeah, so thank you.
All right. To make it, let's do it easier or this way. So we'll just start with Naomi next to me. We've seen a lot of people presenting on Bitcoin circular economies, the projects that they're working on. A lot of them happen to be men. So as a woman in this space running a Bitcoin circular economy, do you feel like there are any other challenges? I've seen you post a lot about sort of the respect that you have for programs like Bitcoin Dada, Program for African Women. Is there any difference based on being a female or male leader as you're developing this sort of economy?
Okay, at the start I was really unsure about getting into the Bitcoin space, because for me I'm not a technical person. I'm more focused on community building. But I feel like the space nowadays is more open, and there actually something for everyone. So any person can just come in and try to participate. And I feel like for females, we are really important to also bring in more females, other than leaving it like something that looks like it's only for the geeks, which is at the moment, but we are still trying to change that further. But otherwise, I haven't experienced any challenges, because also my partner is a long-time Bitcoin enthusiast and has really guided me to navigate the Bitcoin space.
Sorry, I wish I could just yell the questions. I'll go right down the line. Kofi, I think it was, I came to visit Bitcoin Dua at the end of 2023 after the African Bitcoin Conference. It was a special moment for me too. I lived in Ghana, in the same region of Ghana where Bitcoin Dua is located, a few hours north though. It was opening day. There wasn't much to it yet, and you've turned it into this bustling, unbelievable circular economy. You're winning awards at the African Bitcoin Conference. Please tell us your secret. Tell everybody your secret to how to run such a successful Bitcoin circular economy so quickly.
Thank you, Frank. I think to be able to be trusted by a community, it means you've done something that they believe in you and give you that trust. So we are actually building on trust that we've built over the years, and that have really made everything easy and possible for us, and making us to like achieve that much in a short while. So the secret has been that trust we built with the community, and I think we keep building the trust, and they keep believing us, and we keep moving.
Quick follow-up. I think a lot of people here, I think a lot of people in these places, there has been, I think a lot of people have established trust, but also I feel like between the coding program and everything else you're running, I'm just genuinely curious, like where do you personally find the time for as much as you've launched in such a short period of time? Has it been a lot to manage on just a mental level?
Okay, thank you. I think we've built things in the mind for over 20 years without having resources. We have the intention, this is our picture, this is the dream we have, this is where we want to be. So Bitcoin only came in to give us that cushion that can actually make that dream a reality. So that made it simple and easy for us to just jump into it. And so we knew where we wanted to go, and we had the resources, and we just started.
Appreciate that. Rodney, I think like Kofi, you've done community work for a long time. Kofi, I think you have, 2 decades experience doing community type work. Rodney, you as well. I just visited Afribit Kibera. It's amazing what you're doing. I think to start with sort of a broad question here. So Kibera, for those who don't know, is the largest informal settlement, one of the largest in the world, the largest in Africa. I guess another term for informal settlement is slum, though I don't really like that term. When most people looking in, especially traditional NGOs and people who have no idea what Bitcoin is, when they're looking in saying, why would you even think to start incorporating something like Bitcoin into a situation like that, what would you tell them?
Thank you. I think for us, we also had the long-term relationship, like Kofi, but the passion came from the many conversations that we had with the youths. Despite being able, to get ID cards, there was a lot of labeling, If your ID read like you came from Kibra, you are sort of limited to a lot of opportunities and stuff. And hanging out with those guys really inspired us, into explore what is these mechanisms that are not centralized, that they could plug into. And that's where we started the conversation, around Bitcoin. And even though we had the long-term, relationship, there was a lot of scamming going on around Kenya, around Bitcoin issues. So some people are a bit elusive, but then the youths that we stuck with, and they started seeing the value. And what we realized actually with the informal settlement is there's that inner push for freedom. They really want to push for freedom because they feel they are really grounded and stuff. So when they get a tool that they feel like, they can express themselves, and this is a tool of inclusion. This is a tool of sovereignty. I like to say, like, one of the youths who was sharing, and he was like, I think then Biden was still in power, and he was like, so you mean if Biden has a wallet and his Bitcoin goes up, mine also goes up, So they like that kind of vibe, and that was really connecting with them. But we found it was a tool that could literally push for that financial inclusion, despite there being a lot of KYC issues. For those who have gone to these informal settlements, you will understand, yes, you need to get an ID, but they will ask you for your birth certificate, they'll ask you for your living certificate. If you come from the Lake regions or any area near the border, they will still ask you from, to go for a special vetting committee so you could get some of those things. And a lot of people do lose hope on that. And there's a decent number that we work with in the West Management Group who are actually not plugged into any of those tools. And if you ask most of those guys how they got their documentation is probably an NGO came and they said like, hey, look, we want you guys to organize yourselves. We're gonna give you a grant, but you need to have a bank account. So they would do anything, even if it is going through the back door, to get some of those documentation. But financial inclusion was the key motivating factor for us.
A quick follow-up question as well. I've lived in similar places to Kibera. I lived in the version of that in Venezuela, so they call them barrios in Venezuela. I've done a lot of international human aid work and rights work around the world. I'm just kind of curious if I know you have a lot of experience with this as well. If I've never seen something sort of serve as a catalyst the way that Bitcoin does. So oftentimes it feels like when you do this work, you're just putting a Band-Aid on things, or you're not actually changing the structure of something. Given all of the work you've done, do you feel like this work with Bitcoin is something different? Do you see it animate people sort of in a different way? In your mind, do you sort of classify it as not altogether different, but something that really does that sense of fostering that sense of financial autonomy? Does that make you think this will sort of carry on even without your involvement one day?
Thank you, Frank. And yes, I do see that picture. It is a work in the progress, but we do have a lot of people who are buying the vision. And for us, what we've been doing is mostly like, empowering the youths. Our key target has mainly been the youths who are the future for these particular communities. And we have really invested in like mentoring them, teaching them, and making sure like, they're the ones who are running the show. So you'll find what we have is we do specialized sessions, let's say with like the border riders guys. We would have a session with those because those are the guys who are in the streets every day and they can carry the message across. So once we onboarded them and you realize like it takes normally about like 2 sessions, maybe of 3 hours, but we made a personal commitment. I would invite them, to my own home. We would have maybe lunch, 2 hours, 2 or 3 of them, and we have a one-on-one sessions and invite them to come back. And by doing that, you continue building the trust because most of these guys are younger and they were not even in the space when we were doing like, the NGO work, and they have a lot of that mentality of like things are status quo and things needs to change. But by seeing this is not charity, but it is a form of like a tool, that is empowering them. We are seeing like sort of like a new generation being molded. And we do have some of our peers and slightly older people who we've also been engaging with. And they are also starting to buy in, like, they're like, I've toiled, like my entire life, like, from hand to mouth. And here I am, like, I had these certs, like, a few months ago. And so you're telling me, like, maybe in the next few years, like, this could be something. So there are those who see it in that way, and they plug in because of that. And some of them are doing that, like I know a 52-year-old guy who we've been having a lot of sessions with him, and now he's onboarding his peers, whom initially would look at us and they would be like, no, we're not sure about this thing, like, you know. But he's seeing the value, and he's the one out there actually asking the guys, like, you know, can I buy your sats, you know? Some of those guys. So he's looking for a peaceful retirement. But these guys are also like, the women especially, like one merchant was like, this is for my kids. My daughter is 3 years old, and I want to save this, you know, like for her school fees. If it goes down, I'm going down with you. I trust you.
I appreciate that. I want to put a pin in that. I want to come back to that idea to Naomi in just a second. But Humphrey, I want to come to you. As I was doing some research on you for this, you're a nuclear engineer. That's that's impressive to say the least. So you have this skill that probably pays very well. You could, I would imagine, you could go and get a very good job just doing that. Why get involved with the community and start a Bitcoin circular economy? What was the impetus for you?
Yeah, so I studied nuclear engineering in Lasha, yeah, and I graduated in 2021. Yeah, so initially I was supposed to be working for the government, but the government had some issues. We had to stop the thing, the project and all that. Yeah, but while I was in school, I'd started the small business online. In fact, that's what I do. So I thought, okay, if I can continue doing this and stacking sats, I think it's okay. So, and then that's when now the idea for building a circular economy came. So, okay, maybe this can be my life purpose. That's where the thing is. But the motivation behind this is, there was a time when I was thinking, when I was just getting to studying the financial market, I was looking at the S&P 500, the Magnificent Seven, and I thought, okay, what if I can start buying some of the shares into these companies? But being a Zambian, I discovered that it's almost impossible to buy into these companies. Yeah, and it's funny because a lot of people use Google, use Facebook, use Apple products, NVIDIA products in their computers, but they can't buy part of these companies. So it frustrated me a lot. Yeah, and then Bitcoin came. I said, okay, maybe this is something that we are all looking for. So I look at Bitcoin as the great equalizer. So anyone in the world, literally, even me, just a boy in Zambia, can have a part of something that's going to become the future of money. So that really excited me. And I'm really proud to be part of this level, is it what you call it? Evolution. Yeah, so that's my motivation.
Amazing stuff. I'm going to come back to the point you just made there. Naomi, teaching women about this, a lot of whenever I interview people, a lot of people say they're more optimistic, and they're optimistic because now they believe their children will have a better future. So working with these mothers, I mean, is it literally something that improves their mental health? Is Bitcoin something that really makes them feel more passionate about being a mother, more optimistic about their children's futures? What is the experience like for most of the women that you work with?
So I would say at the beginning, most of them did not really see how Bitcoin is going to improve their lives. We have really educated them and gotten to we have really focused on educating them and showing them that you can use Bitcoin to really store the value of the little money we all have. And I have a lot of women who are also entrepreneurs, meaning they run small businesses, small micro enterprises, and you can see they are benefiting a lot, like from small and low cost transactions. And I would say like there are a lot of hurdles for women, especially African women, when you're trying to participate in the financial world. And through Bitcoin, these women are able to actually open an account. I would like to give a story. Like recently, we asked one of the moms if she was spending the Bitcoin we were giving her in the circular economy. And the story she told us that She, for herself, she does not spend on any of the money she receives because this is an opportunity for her to really have some money for herself and actually save for her kids' future. And I would maybe point out other stories, like for which were unfortunate. You see, there could be a woman who wants to participate, but you feel like the husband has this notion that, okay, this money should be sent to me and not to my wife. Other stories, we have also seen how, like, we started grants. So we give these mothers small grants in US dollars, like 150. So we gave it to a woman who had an opportunity to work as a driver, but she never had a license. So she used this money and actually got a driving license, which is something good. It shows how much Bitcoin is capable of changing people's lives. And we also had another woman who used to wash actually clothes for people for her to make a living. And we gave her a grant, and she also opened a kiosk to say, like, maybe you're familiar with Kibra, but there are other communities that in Kenya that are just a little bit of an upgrade from Kibra. It's just that you're not living in the slum, but you're still living on the same level of income of, let's say, $100 a month, and managing that can really be difficult, and even keeping your family running, because I have women who are single mothers of 4, and that woman really has to survive on less than $100 a month. So yeah, so Bitcoin is offering them new opportunities. You can show them how they, for that small value they have.
Super cool. Kofi, you tag me in a lot of pictures. I see kids. I see kids coding. I see people learning about Bitcoin and all this stuff. But I think on that note, I would love to hear maybe some of the bigger success stories. I think it's always, it's inspiring, I think, to hear maybe 1 or 2 situations where Bitcoin has very tangibly changed someone's life like that, getting them stability to pay for their, now they can drive and start a business because of it. Is there anything that comes to mind in terms of successes within the community?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think, let me start with the merchants that we have onboarded. Most of the merchants do not spend their money or their Bitcoin, so they kept it. And luckily for all of us, they entered the bull market, and they had a great experience that they started looking for more of the Bitcoin to buy now. Even before I traveled, one of them came to me, they want to buy Bitcoin. Because the value of it now, it's not, and again, it's not now only about Bitcoin, but when you keep the Bitcoin and you also want to convert, you have to go to USDT. And from the USDT to the local currency, you also have a gain there. So it's like everything that you are keeping, whether in Bitcoin or USDT, like there is a gain. So they now love it to have Bitcoin without touching it. And they do not really care whether it comes down or like it goes up. So this is a story. And we also had an experience of going into the open market to spend Bitcoin, to see how generally all locals in the normal local market will feel like. So we had a market called Kente Market. That's what they use for stores or sachets that they put on the neck. So we went into the market, we went with Bitcoin. So we do have merchants from Côte d'Ivoire that comes to buy in Ghana. So in the market, we decided that it is the locals that actually weave and sells to the Côte d'Ivoire people, but they have agents. So we took the Bitcoin I gave it to the agents that, okay, we are going to buy the Kente with Bitcoin. And the discussion is that if you want that agent to buy for you, you have to accept Bitcoin. So we created wallet for them, and they all sell that day. And we also have a vendor that wants to buy Bitcoin. So you go and you make your withdrawal there. So they buy from you, they pay you in Bitcoin. Someone is ready to like receive the Bitcoin and give you the local currency. There was a fortunate and unfortunate situation for two of the the, the weavers who we paid in Machankura. So they were unable to withdraw their money that day. And the next day, they happened to have about 10% of a 10% increment on what they were having. Then that also changed their story. Then they began bringing people that they want to know more about Bitcoin. So that short while that the money is there or the Bitcoin is there shows that you can actually have enough when you keep it. So that actually like changed our story, and it is making the adoption and acceptability more easier for us, and we are not stressing it at all.
Number go up is good marketing, right? We like when the number goes up. But, so I want to go to you on the next question, Randy. I shared a piece I wrote with one of your co-founders, Yogi, on the Motive circular economies throughout Peru. I think they have like 14. Motive is a great system. Vale, who does a lot of the work on the ground there, has talked about how much fun it's not when the price goes down and everyone starts calling you a scammer and why is it going down. So this is, I know maybe some people don't believe this, they just think we're going to the moon forever now that we're in a bull market. This is inevitable. So as you're working in one of these circular economies, you're obviously going to onboard some people near a local top. How do you deal with that? In your mind, how do you sort of mitigate that downside that will eventually come?
Thank you. I think on our education, what we normally try and prioritize is people to look at the SATs and not the other way around. Like, you know, and the more they get to understand, like, you know, how Bitcoin works, they actually start realizing, like, when they bought something, when they look at the value of SATs, when they bought that, and they compare maybe like 2 or 3 months ago, they actually realize there's a lot more value, like, you know, in the SAT. So those small examples are the ones that we are trying to show them. But also there's a lot of, you know, like education going on. But the fact that we assure them, like, it's limited supply, you know, at the end of the day, this is what is gonna happen. If you are a merchant, you know, there are some apps that, you know, can secure you and against the volatility and everything. So, yes, stable sats, and yes. So they're able, like, you know, to use some of that and then push whatever they want to save on the other side, yeah. Or just leave it there.
That's helpful. And then also, while you have the mic, just successes. They were sharing some success stories. Love to hear this stuff.
I think one of the success stories that we're looking at, it's the women wanting to save more, but there is also the issue of recycling and the business accelerator programs that we are looking at. We're just looking at the program very wholesomely in a way that we can empower these merchants. So recently we embarked on knowing our clients, though we know them, but we want to hear from them, you know, their needs, what is going to help them improve, because the merchants are the key, you know, to driving, like, the circular economies. But again, we need to empower the groups. So like the waste management groups, what have we done? We've plugged them into workshops that they did not know about. We are in the process of, you know, helping secure some support for them just so that their recycling program is also like a circular economy on its own. And this came from them. They are interested actually in having, you know, the recyclables. Even if they sell in fiat, they want to convert some of that fiat, you know, like into sats so that it's more sustainable. So we are building on the accelerator programs to see how that can be more sustainable, you know, on its own. But apart from that, also we do see a lot of enthusiasm, specifically with the younger guys and the women. And there's interest, like, you know, for a lot of people wanting to learn more. We just don't want to onboard a merchant because they're accepting Bitcoin. We want them to know what Bitcoin is. And we are seeing the value with that is they're able to go and onboard other merchants, you know, very successfully. So we say 40, but I won't lie, it could be more, because someone will come and say like, hey, you know, I onboarded my nail person, you know, the women where they go to do their nails and stuff. So for us, it's important, you know, like they get the right kind of education. And then from there, now we're able to pick up with people like Felix and others, like, you know, in proper sessions, just a bit to ascertain, like, you know, yes, it has gone deep, but we feel that has more impact once they get better education and they're actually helping us in the program.
I have to share this quick story that I'm going to go back to. Whenever I hear people talk about women in Bitcoin, it's funny. I had, on my podcast, I had 2 of the Bitcoin dadas on as guests. And the voice I keep hearing in my head, one of them said something like, women have money. Like they're like, and now that they have Bitcoin as a tool to save, they may take over the world. So just keep that in mind, everybody. Humphrey, I don't have all the details on this, but I wanted to ask you, I think you said 96% of your expenses were paid in Bitcoin. Now, I don't know if that's for the circular economy or how that works, but again, I just wanted to maybe hear a little bit more about what operating on a Bitcoin standard looks like practically. Sometimes it seems that maybe accounting can be kind of tricky when you have something that's sort of volatile in fiat terms. How do you approach that, and then how do you deal with it? And then also, while you have the mic, just a success from your community as well.
Yeah, so about 96% of our expenses are all paid for in Bitcoin, but it wasn't like this, of course. So when we started, maybe I should just mention some of our main expenses. Yeah, so when we started our circular economy, I used to live in another city, so there was a travel expense. There was that, so I had to move from one city to the other every week. And then there was also the class we were renting and also the material that we were printing. All that stuff needed to be paid for in Bitcoin. So for me, of course, I'm a Bitcoiner, so expenses I could get the sats and then use my fiat kind of situation. So that was accounted for in Bitcoin. And then there was a part of paying the rentals for the class owner. So initially we were paying for it in fiat, but after he sat in the first class, he changed his mind, although initially he thought it was a scam in the beginning. Yeah, and then for the workbook and the stuff that we print, we used to teach people, that we used to pay for it in fiat, but after one of the guys was who attended the class had a business which prints stuff, so we just use him. So I could say that's where we ended up to like 96% of our expenses in Bitcoin. Yeah, and then coming to some of our success stories, I could say when we first had our first cohort, it was last year in March, we had 3 guys actually. For them, they came for the class, but in reality they came to test because they were sure it was a scam. Yeah, so they came with a lot of questions. Initially, what they thought is at the end of the day, I'll tell them, you have to invest this, how much money you'll be getting. So they wanted to catch me on that, something like that. Yeah, so I could say right now, I'm proud to say that these are the strongest 3 guys, the strongest member of the community. And one of them joined the team actually as a merchant adoption manager to be helping onboarding. So this is one of the success stories. And of course, I mentioned about the class owner. He was also skeptical because he wasn't sure. Some of his friends were telling him that don't give these guys the opportunity to do the stuff in you because you may find yourself behind bars. Yeah, and then another notable one is recently we started building a website. One of our community members offered to do the website for our project, but requested to be paid in Bitcoin. So that's also something interesting. So I could say we are noting that people are learning, and it's making sense to a lot of people. And the first cohort, specifically because we also share some sats with our graduates, people graduate as a gift. When the price doubled, because they started in March, and the price was like 50, 55, somewhere there, it doubled. People were calling me, some of them, and say, okay, what's happening? My money doubled and all that. I mean, I'll just tell them, you need to hold though.
Amazing. It's great to hear all these stories. As I said, I've done similar work around the world for years, and the story of the Bitcoin circular economies globally is one of the most beautiful stories, I think, in the history of humanity. It's truly a remarkable thing. I think what often is underestimated, and I asked some of the speakers earlier questions, is the emotional toll. It is not easy to play the role that any of you are playing, people like Brendan, other people who who do this on the ground, who are the face of it, because of course you'll be the scammer at some point, you'll be this, you'll be that. So just want to say thank you. It's amazing to have visited some of these. I plan to visit more over time. Looking forward to being in Bitcoin Nikasi for the first time. And thank you guys for taking the time to do this today. It was a pleasure to be with all of you.